A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs.
Hello, Mr. Fleming.
What? You two here again?
Yes, we'd like a word with you. It's about new Doves.
Now, look, ladies, we went into all that when you were here last week.
Yes, but we wanted to tell you that...
And when I told you that this new Doves is a soap for everything in your wash, what did you say?
We said we didn't believe you.
In fact, you told me you didn't see how one granulated soap could do all 3 times a wash.
Well, we didn't see how the same soap could be so safe for colored rayon slips and still get greasy work shirts clean. And grimy towels snowy white.
Well, believe me, does it. It's one granulated soap for all 3 times a wash. And if you'd only try it, you'd see how really new Does is.
But that's what we came to tell you. We did try Does.
Well, why didn't you say so before?
Honestly, Mr. Fleming, you were right. Does really washes my rayon slips beautifully. But what amazed me most is how wonderfully clean Does gets my husband's work shirts. And I don't have to do any hard scrubbing.
No, didn't I tell you? Why, you've never before used a soap that gets clothes clean easier than you Does.
And, Mr. Fleming, you should see how white Does gets my towels. Really snowy white. Why, I've never seen whiter washes than I get with you, Does.
Well, I told you so. I told you Does would give you whiter washes, far whiter than any number of other soaps.
And yet it's so safe. Believe me, from now on, it's Does for everything in my wash.
Well, thanks a lot. And remember, Does is Procter & Gamble's brand new kind of granulated soap, not just a new improvement of an old soap. In fact, Does is so new, you've never before been able to buy a soap quite like it. That's why I say to every one of you ladies listening, you owe it to yourself to try this amazing new soap. Just get a big red and white box of Does today and let Does do everything in your wash. And now, the Goldbergs. Well, all the loose ends which Molly tried to weave into a happy pattern for her friends are not completely tied. There are left Oriane and young Dr. Cantor. But weaving these 2 strings into a happy marriage is turning out to be not only hard, but impossible. Love seems to have become unimportant, and so Molly has lost one of her most potent weapons. And now, Molly has learned from Chris's father that Chris has joined up with the medical corps and is soon leaving for active duty. At the Cantor house, the phone rings.
Chris. Oh, Chris, will you take the phone?
All right, Dad, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, is this Dr. Cantor?
Yes, who's this?
Sammy.
Oh, yes, Sammy.
Who is it, Chris?
Dr. Cantor, is my mother and father over at your house?
No, were they supposed to be?
Well, they're not home, and I thought...
Well, hold on a minute, Sammy. Do you expect the Goldbergs over, Dad?
No, but they may be coming over.
No, but you never can tell.
Well...
Is there something you want me to tell them?
No. Oriane is right here. Would you like to speak to her?
No. No, I'm a little busy right now.
Oh. Well, when do you expect to leave, Dr. Cantor?
Well, I'm waiting to be called, Sammy. It may not be for a while yet.
Uh-huh.
Tell that to Oriane if she's prompting you with questions.
Yes.
Goodbye, Dr. Cantor.
Goodbye.
You shouldn't have said that. You knew she was there.
Well, if she hadn't been there would have been any use in saying it.
But after all, Chris, now that you've made up your mind...
It's all settled. There's no use talking about it.
It still sounds scatterbrained to me.
You're too old. That's what's the matter with you, Dad. You're vegetating. You're not living anymore. So I'm going through with it just as I planned.
All right.
But there is something important we have to talk about.
You mind if I sit down first and just get a pipe lighted? All these serious talks of yours take awfully long.
But this isn't about love.
Oh, isn't it?
I wish you'd show a little respect for me, Dad. After all, I'm old enough to be your son.
Yeah, I keep forgetting it. Well, what's on your mind? Some tobacco?
No, thank you. It's about my patients.
Yes.
I'm turning over my practice to a few friends at the hospital, and I assure you I'm not sorry to see my collection of neurotic, dissatisfied rich man's wives leave. I'll be able to breathe again.
You should have done it long ago.
Well, no matter what I thought, they were sick.
Just sick and tired of not having any responsibility.
Well, let's not argue about it. In any event, there's one patient I have, a young man. I don't know what to do with him.
give him back to his parents.
No, it's a very delicate situation, Dad. The parents are very rich, and the boy's been in all kinds of scrapes. You know, the broadcast sowing of wild oats.
He needs a whipping.
Oh, no. No, he needs a friend. In any event, he's a very delicate, sensitive boy. Exceptionally brilliant. But in a very unconventional way.
Well, the Army can use him if it can use you.
Oh, you mean the Army will straighten me out?
I like you twisted and bent and peculiar just the way you are.
Well, the Army rejected the boy since he was under my care, and now that I'm leaving, I'm going to put him under yours.
For heaven's sake, Chris, I'm no psychologist.
No, but you're my father, and a wonderful man, and a terribly understanding friend.
Yeah.
I want the boy to move in with you and live here while you pretend to be treating him.
No, I should say not.
Well, why not?
Oh, all right.
Good, and I'll manage to see him every once in a while.
What am I going to do with him?
Pretend he's your son.
At my age?
Oh, stop being coy, Dad. I can see you're interested. You are, aren't you?
Yes. Let's consider it settled.
What
are you looking at?
Just as I suspected. Here comes Mrs. Goldberg and a hostage.
David?
David himself.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Mrs. Goldberg with that innocent walk of hers, coming to capture me for all he can. You know, she's quite a practical psychologist, Dad.
Well, I'm glad to see you admit it. She's wound you around the finger.
Oh, I wasn't trying.
Oh.
But now, Dad, I'll teach her lesson 4 out of the book. I will.
I'll open the door.
Say hello to Dr. Taylor. How are you?
Come in.
David wants to say
right.
hello to young Dr. Cater. David calls you young Dr. Cater.
Oh, well. How are you, old little David?
Good tail.
Good
David said when we told him that you were going away that he wanted to see you more often than usual.
Oh, isn't
You David having some faster, David. Doesn't mind.
That's all right. I'll help David. Now, let me hear. When are you leaving, Dr. Cater?
I'm not sure yet.
Oh, because you passed our house and you didn't come inside this morning, so you know the saying, Dr. Cater, the mountain don't come
Say,
to the...
is that Mr. Goldberg and Rosie?
Oh, evidently, Mr. Goldberg stopped off for a cigar. That's why we wasn't all assembled together. David, don't take off your galoshes. We wouldn't stay so prolonged.
Oh, no, sit still, Dad. I'll open the door.
Let me help you open, darling. Did you call Oriana?
No, he won't.
Oh, my.
Hello, Rosalie. How are you?
Oriane for Mr. Way.
What, darling? What?
A letter for Oriane for Mr. Way.
Oh, letter of mine. Is it postmarked, Mr. Ray?
It's postmarked January, USA, Molly.
Oh, all right. You know what I mean, please.
Rosalie, give Mama Mr. Ray's letter before you lose it.
Thank you.
Well, I understand you're leaving, huh, Dr. Cater?
Yes.
Well, we all stand ready if we are needed. Sit down, Mr. Goldberg.
Rosalie, dear, just open your neck. We wouldn't stay too long.
Well, here, what's your hurry? You've come over here to visit. Now, take off your coats and stay a while.
No, we left Oriane alone.
Well, why didn't you bring her along with you?
Well, she's not feeling very well.
Elle va beaucoup mieux.
Oh, she does?
What did David say?
Oh, she feels better.
Oh. Child. Maybe this letter from Mr. Ray will make her feel greatly relieved.
Dad, what did you do with that bag of walnuts one of your patients sent you?
Oh, I'll get them.
Yes, his patients are forever sending him things. Rosie.
Yes?
There's a nice young man coming here to stay with Dad. I want you to take care of him.
I will. I'll try.
He's a patient of mine.
Please, Dr. Cater. I think we had enough for a while. No, here, help yourself. Take some more.
Want enough, darling? Dr. Cater's,
Nuts.
Thank you.
Why don't Rosie and David go inside, and you, Molly, tell Dr. Cater what you came over to say and finish?
Oh, have some nuts. It's much better than talking about the past.
Well, telephone maybe that's Oriane.
Hello?
Oh, it's for you, Dad.
All right, just a minute.
Oh, hello. Is this Mrs. Hornbeck?
Oh, well, tell her I'll be over in a few minutes.
My father will be right over. Mm-hmm. Goodbye.
Well, I think we'll all meander home. Rosalie, dear, button your neck. Jake, dear, come. I think we'll go. David, dear, come.
Oh, no. Leave David. He wanted to see me. We'll eat nuts together.
You want to stay, David?
Of course he does.
Yeah, je te ramènerai chez toi, Daddy.
Shall I tell Orion to call for him?
No.
Take it home, Molly, please.
What did I did with Orion's letter for Mr. Bay?
Here.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Cater. Well, good night. Goodbye, darling. Kill. Goodbye.
Good night. You'll be all right.
Dr. Cater, I mean just in case and passage. Just in case. Bye.
Well, come here, David. We might as well sit down.
Sit down?
Sit down.
Vous voulez dire de m'asseoir?
Yes, but we might as well speak English since you seem to understand it well enough. You do understand?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's fine. And we might as well get used to speaking to each other that way.
Huh?
For instance, David, how do you say father?
Father, a père.
Huh. How do you say dad?
What is that?
Dad.
Dad?
Yes. Yes, and père is pap, and papa, father, and dad. It's pa and it's pap. Père, papa, pap.
Père, papa, pop.
Père, papa, pap.
Père, papa, pop.
And the lesson in English that Chris is giving little David seems, oddly enough, to be related to the lesson in psychology that Chris is giving to Molly and Oriane. Say, here's an easy way to tell whether you're using a halfway soap for dishes. Is it a mild bar soap? Well, then it's a halfway soap because it doesn't have real speed. And if you're using a tough granulated soap, it only goes halfway because it's short on safety for your hands. But you can remedy this halfway business in a hurry by changing to new Does. Yes, ma'am. Does is that amazing new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And it has everything for dishes, too. From whirlwind speed to greater kindness to your hands. Now, just notice how wonderfully soft and smooth your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. Actually, Does is far kinder to your hands than any other leading granulated laundry soap. Yet no soap made speeds through dishes faster than Does. It cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. Honestly, you can tell the difference in Does right in the suds. So try it today. Does has everything for dishes. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. Next time, Molly begins to feel that Dr. Cater is way beyond her influence and way beyond her advice. This is James Fleming wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Somebody says what America needs is more smiles for breakfast. So here's your old friend Doc Wilson right on the job with news of how to achieve more breakfast smiles. Perfectly simple. Just serve more tempting, satisfying breakfasts that feature Grape Nuts Flakes. Now, perhaps the best way to describe Grape Nuts Flakes is that they give you such a feeling of well-being with which to start the day. Grape Nuts Flakes start right in, tempting the eye, then they tempt the taste. Crisp, toasty brown texture, malty rich, sweet as a nut flavor. The famous Grape Nuts flavor in toasty brown flake form. But don't forget, Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal. So beneath all their crisp, light-hearted goodness, there's plenty of hearty, whole grain nourishment. So for more smiles, per family, per breakfast, per budget, better make it thrifty Grape Nuts Flakes every morning. was Here Comes the Navy, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take you to the backyard of Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where Jack has been spending a great deal of time the past week out in the open air. It's yesterday morning. Take it away, Beverly Hills.
Oh, gosh, it's beautiful out here today. You know, Rochester, there's nothing like spring in Southern California.
Uh-huh.
Where else can you see flowers in full bloom in the middle of April?
Uh-huh.
Where else can you sit out in the open beside your swimming pool and feel those hot rays beating down?
You better turn off that sun lamp, boss. You'll cook.
Yeah, I guess I've had enough. I don't want to get too much all at once. I'm the type that freckles.
Me too. You'll have to take my word for it.
Now, Rochester, pull the sun lamp back in the bushes and cover it with palm leaves.
Leave it right out in the open, boss. The heck with the Chamber of Commerce.
Covered with palm leaves. And by the way, Rochester, how's our victory garden coming along?
Oh, fine, boss. Mr. Coleman's chickens were over early this morning and weeded it for us.
Ronald Coleman's chickens? Rochester, I told you to fix that hole in the fence.
I did. Even the big fat ones can get through now.
I mean, block it. Those darn chickens will scratch up all the seeds.
Let's get this straightened out, boss. Is our objective carrots, peas, or fried chicken?
Carrots and peas, vegetables. Now block up that hole.
Okay, I'll cover it with a frying pan.
Use a piece of wire. Wire. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. You well enough to be outdoors now?
Oh, sure. The doctor told me to get plenty of fresh air, so I thought I'd stretch out here in my bathing suit.
Bathing suit? Is that thing a bathing suit?
Of course.
Well, you ought to get a new one. They're not wearing them with bloomers anymore.
I've got helium in these bloomers. I'm not going to sink.
Besides, a moth chewed the elbow out of your left sleeve.
Mary, it so happens that I lost the elbow out of that sleeve when attacked by a man-eating shark in Lake Michigan.
A shark in Lake Michigan?
All right, it was a perch. In mating season, they're vicious. Anyway, Mary, isn't it beautiful out here today? Look at those birds. Aren't they cute? There's always a louse in every crowd. What is that for?
Well, I don't blame him. The idea of having a penny peanut machine out here for birds.
That's for people, not birds.
We had a worm machine out here, but they crawled out for nothing.
I gotta have that fixed.
Are you going in for a dip in the pool, Miss Livingston?
Not now, Rochester. I think I'll wait till later.
If you're smart, Mary, you'll go in now.
Oh, that's right. The prices change at 12 o'clock.
Not that, but the pool gets crowded later in the afternoon. We have the same prices all day.
I just got a load of that silly sign you got out front. Swim at Benny's for 20 pennies.
Mary, I have a lovely pool. There's no reason why I shouldn't share it with people. Naturally, I have to make a nominal charge to pay for
Here comes the customer, boss.
Oh, yes. Pull those palm leaves off the cash register. Well, good morning, young man.
Good morning, Mr. Benny. Is your pool open yet?
Yep, this is the first day of the season, and you're the first customer.
Oh, boy, the first customer. Then I get the free swim.
No, I'm sorry, young man. I've discontinued that policy this year. Sorry.
That's all right. The whole world is changing.
Yes, it is.
Well, here's my 15 cents. See you later, Mr. Benny.
Oh, just a minute, Bud. On account of the laundry situation, I'm making a small charge for towels this year. That'll be 20 cents in all.
But I brought my own towel.
I'm sorry. You'll have to check that.
But, Mr. Benny...
You see, if I let people bring in towels, I won't know who's taking mine out.
But that doesn't seem very...
Next, please. Next.
There's no one behind him.
Quiet. 20 cents out of a quarter. Here's your nickel change, kid. Here, take your nickel.
Keep it. You'll think of something.
Take it. Oh, attendant, show this gentleman to his locker.
Yes, sir. Right this way, sir. Can I bring you a scotch and soda, sir?
Rochester. We'll see that he gets just one towel. Remember last year there were a lot of them missing.
Yes, sir.
No, Mary, I have a feeling this is going to be my best season.
Well, I think you opened too early. It's pretty chilly yet to go in swimming.
Oh, there's a little ice around the edge of the pool, but out in the center it's all open water. Uh-oh, here come some more customers.
It's Don Wilson and Phil Harris.
Well, they better be customers if they know what's good for them. Well, good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to Benny's Bathing Pool.
Hiya, Jackson. Mary. Hello, Jack. How's your cold coming along?
Oh, I feel fine, Don. I'll be back on the program tomorrow as Master of Ceremony.
Ain't we going to have Orson Welles on the show?
Definitely not. I'm going to handle the show myself.
Back to the corn, huh?
Phil, for a guy with a wife, a baby, and no talent, you're taking an awful chance. Now, give me 20 cents. You're going in for a swim.
Swim in that icy water? What are you trying to do, sober me up?
It isn't so cold, Phil. I dove in myself this morning, didn't I, Rochester?
Yeah, but that quarter on the bottom of the pool turned out to be a bottle cap.
Well, the way the light hit it, it really fooled me. How about you, Don? Are you going in for a swim?
Oh, I don't know, Jack. The water in the pool seems awfully low.
Believe me, Don, when you get in, Mary and I will have to move to higher ground. Now, give me 40 cents for you and Phil.
Okay, here you are.
Thank you. Take those lockers, number 3 and 5 there on the end, fellas.
Okay, Jackson.
Well, 3 customers already. It isn't even noon yet. Oh, for Rochester. Rochester, what are you doing with that? Rochester, what are you doing with that chicken?
What's that, boy?
I said, what are you doing with that chicken?
I was just searching it to see if it had any cows.
Throw that bird over the fence.
Okay. So long, lunch.
Rochester, if I told you once, I told you 10 times, don't annoy Mr. Coleman's chickens. If any of those hens are missing, he'll blame us.
That's what you said about his grapefruit, and he has yet to mention it.
Well, it so happens, Rochester, that the grapefruit hit the ground on my side of the fence.
Yes, sir. That cold shoot worked out fine.
Now, Rochester, if you don't... Well, here comes Dennis. Hello, kid.
Sorry I'm late, Mr. Benny. Are there many customers here?
No, only 3 so far.
Good, then I'll have time for a dip in the pool first.
Dennis, if you read your contract with Benny Bathing Pool Incorporated, you will find that Clause B stipulates that you are to supply entertainment, whether our customers here or not. Now, let's have a song.
But, Mr. Benny, that contract also says that I'm supposed to be the lifeguard.
So what?
Well, gee, if I'm the lifeguard, I'd better learn to swim. I worry about things like that.
Look, kid, sing your song, bring in some customers. You can learn to swim later. Now, go ahead. Let's have your song.
Like the beat, beat, beat of the tom-tom when the jungle shadows fall, like the tick-tick-tock of the stately clock when it stands against the wall, like the drip, drip, drip of the raindrop when the summer star is through. A voice within me keeps repeating, you, night and day. You are the one, only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are, I think of you. Night and day and night, why the soul that is longing for you follows wherever I go. In the roaring traffic boom, or in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you. Night and day, night and day, under the hide of me, never know what a hungry yearning burning inside of me, and its torment will see through till you let me spend my life making love to you. Day and night, night and
That was swell, Dennis. In fact, I want you to do that song on the program tomorrow.
Okay. Can I go in the pool now, Mr. Benny?
Yes, but don't dive in the shallow end. I've got rice planted there, you know. By the way, kid, I've been meaning to talk to you about something. I heard you on the Eddie Cantor program last week.
How was it? I wasn't home that night.
Well, naturally. Now, Dennis, who gave you permission to go on Cantor's program?
Orson Welles, that's who. Orson Welles!
Well, watch it, kid. Or from now on, you'll be working for Orson Welles. Now, go for a swim before you think that over. You know, I got a great idea, Mary. What my pool needs is a little glamour. Do you think you could get some of your girlfriends to come over?
Well, I don't know, Jack.
Sure you could. Call up Barbara Stanwyck and Ann Southern and Claudette Colbert and invite them over for a swim. Of course, I don't think I ought to charge them, do you?
Look, Jack, if you get those gals in your pool, you can bottle the water and sell it for $10 a quart.
Where can you get quarts nowadays? There's a shortage, sister. Well, what do you know? The sun is finally coming out.
Yeah, why don't you take off your galoshes and tan your tussies?
Mary, stop making fun of my ensemble, will you?
Uh-oh. Say, boss, here comes that crazy board of yours.
Rochester, how many times do I have to tell you that Mr. Billingsley is not crazy?
He ain't, hey? Did you see him at breakfast this morning?
No, what happened at breakfast?
He swallowed a raw egg and then drank boiling water for 3 minutes.
He was in a hurry, that's all. Well, hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Hello, Mr. Benny. One of the Broomer girls, I see.
No, Mr. Billingsley. This is a bathing suit. I'm out here drinking in the sunshine.
Drinking in the sunshine. I'll get a bottle and join you.
No, you misunderstand. I mean, I'm out here getting a tan. Old Sal just came out.
Oh, yes, old Sal Wurzel. Been east, hasn't he?
Good old Sal. He'll love that one. I'll never get out of this. I better change the subject. By the way, Mr. Billingsley, I see you have your bathing suit on. Are you going for a plunge?
Oh, I'd love to, but I left my plunger at the Mocambo. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Oh, she's living in Anaheim.
Good old Mr. Billingsley. By the way, Rochester, he's supposed to pay his board today. Did you collect it?
No, he said the money won't be dry till tomorrow.
That's my fault. I should never have given him that printing press for Christmas.
Hey, kids, get loaded down on me in these bathing suits.
Yeah, don't we look like a couple of Adonises?
Don, you alone look like a couple of Adonises. Say, Phil, that's an unusual bathing suit for a man to be wearing. Where'd you get it?
Ain't it a beaut? Alice wore it in their last picture.
Alice Faye wore that suit? Somehow on you, Phil, it doesn't inspire me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I'll never be elected Miss Brooklyn Navy Yard, would I?
No, but you might get runner-up on Miss Boyle Heights. Well, what are you waiting for, Don? Aren't you going to jump in the pool?
Oh, I don't think so, Jack. The water looks pretty cold.
Oh, come on, jump in, Don. Take a chance.
Come on, Dante. What are you waiting for? In you go.
Look out, Don. He's going to push it.
Oh, Phil, stop that. What are you... Oh, Phil, stop this. Well, come on, jump in, jump in.
Okay, here I go. Oh, watch it, Mary, watch it.
Watch what?
Get up on the chair. Here comes a wave. Ooh, that water's cold.
Well, here's 20 cents, Jack. I'm soaked to the skin.
Thank you. That water's got chlorine in it. I hope it didn't ruin my victory garden.
Your garden's all right. But say, Jack, what's Rochester putting up in the middle of it?
Where? Well, I'll be darned. Rochester, take that off.
But, boss.
Take that off the scarecrow.
But, boss, the crows here in Beverly Hills are very ritzy.
I don't care. Take my tuxedo off that scarecrow. Now take it off.
Your diamond stick in, too?
Everything. I want that tuxedo. Suppose I win the Academy Award next year. What'll I wear to the banquet?
If you win the Academy Award, you can go in your underwear. Who else will be there?
I'm liable to win the award for tomatoes alone. My garden keeps on the way it's going.
Oh, you're some farmer. You and your silly experiments.
Oh, they're not so silly.
Remember last year? You sprinkled cheese all over the ground and tried to face all rotten potatoes.
Sure, I sprinkled cheese. I had an idea. What are you giggling about?
Every other gardener around here had trouble with potato bugs, but you had mice.
All right, I still say it doesn't hurt to experiment.
Say, Mr. Benny, pardon me for interrupting, but would you
Just
mind
a minute,
if
Dennis. You know, Mary, I wouldn't laugh about my garden if I were you. I might turn out to be another Luther Burbank.
Another who?
Burbank. Luther Burbank.
Oh, yeah, they named Glendale after him.
They named Burbank after him.
Oh, I guess I didn't analyze it.
You certainly didn't.
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of horticulture experiments, are you going to try out that idea I gave you?
No, Rochester, no. I told you it would never work.
What was his idea, Jack?
Oh, Rochester wanted to irrigate the lemon trees with gin and grow Tom Collins. Oh, it would never have worked. Now, Dennis, what was it you started to ask me?
Well, can I phone my girlfriend and have her come over here for a swim? It's very important that I see her in a bathing suit.
Why do you have to see your girl in a bathing suit?
Well, there's a rumor going around that she's got knock knees, and I can't tell by listening.
What's your girl's name, Dennis?
Mary Bell Buzzer.
Mary Bell Buzzer. Oh, yes, she has got... bring her around, Dennis. Bring her around anytime.
Say, Jackson, here comes your medico.
My what?
Your medico, that's doctor for Latin.
That's Latin for doctor. Well, hello, Doc.
Well, and how's my little patient? Shall we take that nasty cast off your leg today?
Look, Doctor, I had a cold, you cured me, and I feel fine. Now, how much do I owe you?
How much?
Yes. What's my bill?
Just a minute. Now, where did I put that hypodermic needle?
I don't need a hypodermic. I can take it like a man. Now, how much do I owe you?
Well, there was a prescription for cough medicine, which cost $2.
Uh-huh.
Then there were 3 sulfa tablets, which sold for 10 cents apiece.
Well, that's $2.30 so far. What else?
You bit my thermometer in two while listening to the Fred Allen program. That's $1.25.
It was worth it. Now, what's the total, Doc?
Well, including 6 visits to your house, the whole thing comes to $45,000.
$45,000? Now, wait a minute, Doc. Aren't you starting a little high?
That's the only way I'll get $10, and you know it.
$10? Well, that's more like it. Now, I'll tell you what, Doc. This is the grand opening of my swimming pool today. Now, how'd you like to take a free swim and call the whole thing even?
Good. I'll dive right in now.
Hey, wait a minute, Doctor. Not there. That's the shallow end. Whoop, bump my head. Doctor, come out of there. Doctor, you're ruining my rice bed. Doctor, come out of... Rochester, put down that chicken. Doctor, come out of that pool. Rochester, put down that... Rochester! Doctor, Rochester!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly what happened yesterday at the grand opening of Jack's swimming pool.
That's right, Dom. My rice bed was ruined, but we had fried chicken for dinner. Play, Phil. That was I Love Coffee, I Love Tea, played by Phil Harris and his boys, who have yet to drink coffee or tea out of anything but a saucer. I might even have said who have yet to drink either coffee or tea. But I've been sick and I'm sweet now. Yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have something of great interest to all of you. In a few moments...
You better be sweet.
What?
Look, Jackson, I don't care whether you've been sick or not. Lay off them wisecracks.
In a few moments, ladies and gentlemen...
From now on, be a gentleman. If you can't say something derogatory about my boys, don't say nothing.
Okay, I'll be derogatory. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
You don't even know what derogatory means.
Derogatory?
Derogatory means tending to or the nature of derogation, disparagement, or detraction.
Dennis, that's Don Wilson's line.
I thought there was something wrong here.
Folks, what other program has such bottlenecks? What a dodo.
Wait a minute, Jack. You don't appreciate Dennis. I think he's a very nice boy.
Sure, he's a nice boy, Mary, but he doesn't have to... Why, Loretta. Oh, for heaven's sake, Lorette Young, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we've been expecting you, Loretta, and folks, the few words that Miss Young has to say to us are of vital importance.
Thank you, Jack. Here's something I would like to ask everyone to think of. To think of when you go to bed tonight. Think of this as you lift the window and smell the night air and look out at the stars. Think of this. There are thousands of little shacks in the Philippines that are empty tonight. There are thousands of little cottages like yours in Yugoslavia, Greece, China, Russia, empty tonight. Where have all the people gone? Why didn't you know? They are dead. You are still alive. Your blood is warm. A face you love is there on the pillow in the dusk of the room. And everything is so quiet and still and beautiful. That's worth saving, isn't it? Others are dying in order to save it for you. Then is our country asking too much when it asks you to become a part of a second war loan? $13 billion for attack, for the invasion of Europe. How much can you spare? How much can you invest? How many war bonds can you buy today? Well, ask yourself those questions as you stand at your window tonight. and smell the fresh, clean night air and look out at the stars.
Ordered in Drexel 7211.
What you've said has brought home to us the importance of buying war bonds. Thank you.
The Basic Seven. You're reading about them in the papers. You're hearing about them on the radio. The Basic Seven groups of foods which our new National Nutrition Program tells us we should all have every day. And featured in this Basic Seven are whole grain cereals. Cereals such as Grape Nuts Flakes. Yes, delicious toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, the kind of food your government urges you to eat at least once a day. Every serving of Grape Nuts Flakes and milk provides whole grain nourishment, including minerals, proteins, vitamins, and carbohydrates. Besides, Grape Nuts Flakes are plentiful, thrifty, unrationed. So do as Uncle Sam urges you to do. Get the Basic Seven into your daily diet, including more whole grain cereals. And for tops and delicious flavor, make it Grape Nuts Flakes. Remember, you don't give up a single precious ration stamp when you buy Grape Nuts Flakes.
Good night, everybody.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Ballard.
That was Black Magic, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who sold more carnations in the Easter Parade this morning than any other vendor in the Los Angeles area, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the florist, talking. And, Don, you're a little wrong there. I wasn't selling carnations in the Easter Parade. I was giving them away.
Giving them away?
Yes, every fellow that bought a gardenia for his girl got a free carnation for himself. You see, Don, I planted 10,000 carnations in my backyard to aid the war effort.
Well, for heaven's sake, Jack, how can carnations aid the war effort?
Well, my fortune teller told me I could make rubber out of them. I boiled them and boiled them, but they still don't bounce. Oh, that's the first time Princess Korsakov has ever failed me.
Princess Korsakov? Why, I never heard of that fortune teller. Is she expensive?
What'd you say, Don?
I say, I never heard of Princess Korsakov as a fortune teller. Is she expensive?
Well, Don, a private reading is $1. But if you order the 75-cent lunch and don't have dessert, it's free. It's a choice of deep dish apple pie or your future. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Firestone.
All right, so I thought I could make rubber. Anyway, Mary, as I was telling Don, that's the first time Princess Korsakov has failed me.
Oh, that dame's full of baloney.
She is, eh?
Remember the time she said you were going to be the President of the United States?
Never mind.
She went out and had cards printed. Jack Benny, you voted for me. Quit beefing.
Don't laugh. Don't laugh, Mary. I may still be president.
Well, you ought to tell Roosevelt he might want to look around.
Keep it up, Mary. Keep that up, and you won't be Secretary of Labor.
Oh, you promised that to every girl in Hollywood.
Well, you're off the list, young lady. And you can also tell that father of yours that the FBI can get along without him.
That's a dirty trick. He's so bluing house to house to get a G-Man badge and everything.
Too bad. Hello, Phil.
Oh, how are you, Phil? Say, that's a beautiful carnation you have in your buttonhole. Where'd you get it?
I bought a gardenia for Alice on the boulevard this morning, and the sweetest little old lady with a shawl over her head gave me this carnation for nothing.
Well, I have a surprise for you, Phil. That little old lady was me. That makeup kind of fooled you, didn't it?
Incredible.
Well, it fooled Herbert Marshall, too.
When I gave him his change, he pressed it back in my hand and said, "Bless you." Gosh, it made tears come to my eyes. Huh?
Well, you didn't fool Jack Okie. He lifted your skirt and rolled your pants down.
He's just a smart aleck, that's all.
Say, Mr. Benny, what do you think of my new Easter?
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, kid, did you have a nice Easter?
Yeah, my mother gave me a basket with 2 chocolate rabbits in it.
2 chocolate rabbits?
Pretty soon I'll have hundreds of them, won't I?
No use waiting. I got to have a talk with that kid. Say, Dennis, that's a nice suit you're wearing. Is that your new Easter outfit?
Yeah, do you like it?
Oh, it's swell. Well, what's that big lump in the back?
My tailor. He's still working on it.
That's been on every program in the last 3 months, sir. Well, Dennis, if you tell your tailor to get out, you can do your song now.
Okay.
Hold it a minute, kid. Say, Jackson, what's this I hear about Rochester's horse running in the Kentucky Derby next Saturday? Is that a fact?
Yes, Phil, but I'd rather not talk about it. Sing, Dennis.
Well, imagine Rochester having a horse in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, it's really that old nag that used to pull my buggy around. I sold it to Rochester for $4.
$4?
Yes.
You sold Rochester a horse for $4 that's good enough to run in the Kentucky Derby?
I thought he was going to have a barbecue. I never dreamed he'd put a jockey on it. Anyway, that same horse under the name of Burnt Cork is running for over $50,000 in the Derby Saturday. But I made a mistake. I don't mind.
You don't mind? Then why did you try to drown yourself in your pool yesterday?
I wasn't trying to drown myself.
Do you always go in swimming with a manhole cover around your neck?
That was my dog tag from the last war. Oh, well, I sold a thoroughbred for $4. It's my loss, so let's forget it. That's all.
But, Jack, what about your fortune teller, Princess Korsakov? Didn't she see racehorse in your tea leaves?
No, just rubber and president. You better snap out of it or I'll start eating somewhere else. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. Hold it, kid. That's probably Rochester. He's been hinting around all week about going to the Kentucky Derby. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, if you're calling about getting time off to go to the Kentucky Derby, the answer is no.
Oh, I forgot all about the Derby. That was just a silly whim of mine.
Good.
But I was wondering, boss, my sister Bedelia is getting married, and if it's all right with you, I'd like to attend the ceremony.
Getting married, eh? Where does your sister live?
Louisville.
I thought so. Now, Rochester, don't pull that stuff. Your sister Bedelia lives in Chicago.
That's my sister Bedelia. This one's Bedelia.
Oh, Bedelia and Bedelia. Isn't that unusual? 2 sisters having names that are so much alike?
Oh, that's nothing. I got a brother named Rochester.
Rochester, Bedelia. You're not going to the Derby.
That's Derby, boy.
I don't care what it is. Now, look, Rochester, just because our horse is running in the Derby, that doesn't mean that...
Our horse?
Yes. I talked to my lawyer, and he says that legally, half of that horse belongs to me.
Well, unless he backs over the finish line, my half is going away.
Rochester, regardless of the outcome, you're not going to Louisville. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, I'll try something else, Rochester.
Get your brother out of my house. Sing, Dennis. I got to call my lawyer. I wonder if I really do own half of that horse. I don't know. That was April Showers, sung by Dennis Day. April Showers. That's really a beautiful song.
It's pretty old, too, isn't it, Mr. Benny?
Yes, it is. Gosh, I remember when Al Jolson first introduced that song back in 1922. My father took me to the theater.
Just a minute, Junior. In 1922, you were just as old as Al Jolson.
What?
My father took me to the theater. Don't give me that kid stuff.
What do you mean, kid stuff? My father happened to be in New York. I was broke, and he took me to the theater. That's all I said. Say. And another thing, young lady, don't ever say that I'm as old as Al Jolson.
Go on, he even looks younger than you do.
Well, naturally, he takes it easy. He works on his knees. I have to stand up to make it. Forget Jolson. Anyway, let's forget about me for a while. Now, where were we?
Oh, Jack, don't forget the play I wrote.
Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a special treat for all of you. Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American playwright, has written another of his famous one-act dramas entitled Love's Young Dream. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
The time is spring. The scene is a honeymoon cottage covered with ivy. It's the new home of Mr. and Mrs. Oliver J. Snodgrass, who have just eloped and been married. As we pick them up, the happy couple are just arriving at their little love nest for the first time. Curtains, music.
Well, here we are, darling. 33 Maple Street, our own little home.
Oh, it's beautiful, sweetheart. We'll be so happy here.
Yeah. Gee, just think. 20 minutes ago, your name was Myrtle Moonfinkel. And now...
I'm a snot in the grass.
A Snodgrass. Gee, our own little home. Well, let's go inside, honey. You go first, Myrtle.
You go first, Oliver.
No, I don't want to. You go first.
No, you go first.
3 hours later.
No, honey, you go first.
Oh, let's go in together.
All right. Myrtle, stop! Gee, Myrtle, isn't it romantic eloping? Nobody knows we're married except us. Gosh, we're all alone.
Oh, Oliver, I love you so much.
And I love you too, darling.
What's that?
Phil's guitar player just fell off the stool. Sit up, Frankie. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. And I love you too, darling.
I'm sorry about that, Jackson.
Shut up, I'm acting. And I love you too, darling. Thanks for the vaccine.
But what will your mother say when she finds out we're married?
I don't care what she says. You're mine, Moon Myrtle Finkel, and nothing... You're mine, Myrtle Moonfinkel. And nothing can part us. Come, darling, I'll show you all the rooms in the house.
Oh, Oliver.
Myrtle, stop acting like a darn fool.
But, Oliver, I'm worried about your mother. Please call her and tell her we're married.
All right, darling. If it'll make you any happier, I will. Long distance, please. I want Mrs. Rosie Snodgrass in San Luis Obispo.
Hurry, darling.
Oh, Myrtle, you made me the happiest man in the world.
And we'll never be separated, will we?
Never. Hello? Hello, Ma. This is Oliver. I got a surprise for you, Ma. What's that? No, I can't have breakfast with you tomorrow morning. I'm in Los Angeles. But, gee, I'd have to leave here right away. Look, Ma, I have a surprise for you. You're having what?
Tell her about us, Oliver.
I will. You're having what for breakfast? You are? Oh, boy, I'll be right home. Goodbye, Myrtle. I'll see you tomorrow morning.
But, Oliver, we were just married.
I can't help it. Mother's having grape nut flakes for breakfast. Goodbye.
So you see, ladies, the moral of the story is never start your honeymoon without grape nut flakes. What happened to Myrtle Moonfinkel may happen to you or you or you. So always insist on toasty brown sweeters in a Great Nuts Flakes, America's fastest growing flake cereal. I thank you.
John, that was one of the finest plays you've ever written, and I thought that my performance as the husband was... Now, who can that be? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, you again. What do you want?
I just got a telegram from my uncle in Rockdale.
Uh-huh.
He's very ill, and he wants me to come over there right away and give him a transfusion.
Oh, your uncle's sick, eh? That's too bad.
Yeah.
By the way, where is Rockdale?
About 8 miles out of Louisville.
I see. Well, Rochester, you seem to have a very heavy concentration of relatives in that area. And besides, what makes you think you can fool me?
I got the horse from you, didn't I?
I don't care what you got. Now, look, Rochester, you're not going to the Kentucky Derby. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boy.
Now what?
How about... Oh, this was too fantastic. I'll work on it and call you back.
Don't bother. Imagine me selling that racehorse for $4. Oh, well. Play, Phil. Either Easter Parade or White Christmas, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Which song was it, Phil?
What's the difference? They were both written by Irving Berlin.
That's not the point. I'd like to know. I have to announce the name of the song.
Well, if you've got to do it, why don't you do it in double talk? You know, start it off something like this. Say, that was Colonel Singer with the Thomas Primus, played with a solid 4. No fiddle.
Now, Phil, no, stop the kidding. This is important. Was that number White Christmas or Easter Parade?
Well, the majority rules. Why don't you take a vote?
That's an idea. I'll take a vote. Now, will all you boys who were playing White Christmas please raise your hands? How many hands? How many hands, Mary?
8.
8. Now, will all you boys who were playing Easter Parade please raise your hands? How many hands, Mary?
11.
11. That was Easter Parade, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, thus ending tonight's great mystery. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm kidding, and imagine he's selling that racehorse for $4. Oh, well, he can't win. That's one consolation. Now, ladies.
What do you mean he can't win? I got a hunch that burnt cork is going to come through. What do you say? We all chip in $5 apiece and make a bet.
Say, that's a good idea. Here's my 5, Phil.
Here's my 5.
Here's mine, Mr. Harris.
And now, ladies and gentlemen.
How about you, Reckless? Aren't you going to take a chance for $5?
I'd love to, Mary, but I left my money in my other shoes. Anyway, I don't believe in gambling when there are minors present.
But, Mr. Benny, I'm over 21.
I mean coal miners. A lot of Phil's boys come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. Anyway, I'm not betting.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jackson. I'm going to put $5 on that horse's nose just for you.
Well.
And if that horse comes in the minute I get paid off, I'm coming over to your house with the money right in my hand.
Well.
If you reach for it, I'm going to break your arm.
I knew there was a catch to that. How about you, Dennis? Would you like to bet $5 for your Uncle Jack?
You're always my uncle when money comes up.
Well, I just thought it'd be nice if... Oh, forget it, kid. Forget it.
That looks all right on paper, but will it work?
Look, fella, I'm not throwing away any $5, and that's final.
But, Jack... Let him alone, Don. Let him alone. If Jackson wants to save his dough, that's all right with me. After all, he's leaving it all to my kid.
No, you got that wrong, Phil. Your baby is a girl. My money goes to the first member of my cast who has a boy and names it after me.
Does that go for me, too, Mr. Benny?
Of course, Dennis.
Gosh, I gotta find a girl, fall in love with her, marry her, have a baby, and it's gotta be a boy. I worry about things like that.
Well, stop worrying. And now, ladies and gentlemen, say, I wonder if Rochester's horse has got a chance.
Well, it's not a sure thing, but who knows about horse races?
Yeah, who knows? Give me that phone, Mary.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Who are you calling, Jack?
Princess Korsakov. I never make a move without her.
Hello? Hello, Boyle Heights Gypsy Tea Room. Boyle speaking.
I'd like to speak to Princess Korsakov, please.
The princess?
Yeah.
She's out in the kitchen washing dishes.
Tell her to wipe her hands and come to the phone. This is important.
Okay, Firestone.
Hello, Princess? Oh, she isn't there yet. I wouldn't mind making a bet.
Hello, Princess Korsakov. Who's calling, please? Don't tell me I'll see it in the crystal.
Never mind, Princess. This is Benny.
Who?
Benny, Jack Benny.
Oh, the president.
Thank you. Now, Princess, I'm calling you about the Kentucky Derby.
I knew it wouldn't look good.
No, it's a horse race, the Kentucky Derby. Now, Princess, it's very important that I know which horse is going to win.
Wait, I'll look in my crystal ball.
Okay, look.
I see a big crowd of people.
Yes?
They're frantic. They're excited. They're cheering.
Yes?
Alabama's kicking off.
That's the Rose Bowl game. That was 3 years ago. Look again, Princess.
I see people watching a horse race.
That's it. That's the Derby. Now tell me, Princess, what's the name of the winning horse?
It's Burnt Cook, and he's coming in backwards.
Then my half is winning. Thank you, Princess. I'll be in for lunch tomorrow. Any advice?
Yeah, don't order the meatloaf.
Thank you. Goodbye. Well, fellas, it's all set. Burnt Cork is going to win the Derby.
Then give me $5, Jackson, and you're in with it.
Nothing doing. I'm going to bet $50, and I'm sending Rochester to Louisville. You get better odds at the track. I'll call him right now. Yes, sir.
But, Mr. Benny, I thought you didn't gamble.
Shut up. Besides, I know who's going to win. Is that gambling? Anyway, Dennis. Hello?
Benny's rubber plantation, keep 'em bouncing.
Rochester, this is Mr. Benny. I got good news for you. You can go to Louisville.
I can?
Yes, and I want you to take $50 out of my money and bet it on burnt cork to win.
$50? By the way, where are you keeping your money this week?
As if you didn't know.
No, I've looked all over.
Now listen, Rochester. Listen carefully. You know the big candelabra we got on the dining room table?
Uh-huh.
Well, melt the third candle from the left, and you'll find a key.
Uh-huh.
Then take the key, go into the kitchen, and unlock the cupboard.
Uh-huh.
There's a big jar there on the second shelf that says peanut butter. Dig down in the peanut butter, take out $50, rinse it off, and bet it on your horse. And remember, bet it to win, not to place, not to show. Bet $50 on burnt horse to win.
Pennywise and Point Food.
That was the last number of the 30th program of the new Grape Nuts Flake series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And just think, Mary, by this time next Sunday, I'll know whether Rochester's horse has won or not.
Yeah, you'll either be swimming with a manhole cover around your neck or rolling on the dance floor at Ciro's.
Yeah, the suspense is awful. Good night, folks.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents transcribed the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. June is the month for weddings. Love is in the air, and today Phil is called upon to play Cupid in reverse. More about that later. First, a word from RCA Victor. You may think you keep a close check on your money, but do you know how much you have in your pocket right now? Don't look, take a guess. Now go ahead and check. How far off were you, 25 or 30 cents? Well, for as little as that every day, you can buy the finest television there is. RCA Victor. You'd never miss the money. New RCA Victor television is priced as low as $199.95. And every RCA Victor has the automatic magic monitor, an exclusive circuit system that automatically brings in and holds the finest pictures possible. The magic monitor automatically screens out interference, automatically steps up power, and automatically ties the clearest picture to the best sound. Ask your dealer about his particular easy payment plan. How, after a small down payment, it may take only pennies a day to own America's most advanced TV. RCA Victor television with the magic monitor. Here's another good reason for owning an RCA Victor. America's only coast-to-coast factory organization for expert installation and maintenance is available exclusively to owners of RCA Victor television. The RCA factory service contract is one more reason why every year more people buy RCA Victor than any other television. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Last night, Elliot Lewis's friend Grogan got Elliot a blind date. The date turned out to be Grogans Sister. It must have been quite an evening because as we look in, we find Grogan trying to soothe his sobbing sister.
Oh, please, sis, don't cry. Oh, Rosie, stop crying, will you? I can't stand to see my baby sister in tears. Will you please stop crying? Quit your boiling or I'll belt you one. That's better. Now, Rosie, tell me what is bothering you.
Rodney, I got a beef. I had trouble with that Elliot. Ooh, what a tiny Jimmy.
Wait a minute. Did he get fresh with you? Did he put his arm around you? Did he try to kiss you? What happened? Tell me what happened.
Nothing. That's my beef. Bradley, I like this guy you introduced me to, but he ignored me. What's wrong with me? Ain't I attractive?
Of course you're attractive, and there ain't nothing wrong with you. You're just like any other woman.
Do you honestly think so?
Well, you're close enough so they can't tell a difference. Look, sis, don't jump to conclusions. How do you know that Elliot ain't nuts about you?
I got a feeling. Last night when I was out with him, something kept telling me he didn't like me.
What kept telling you?
He did. Toward the end of the evening, I get the feeling he was trying to get rid of me.
What made you think that?
Well, he took me to a cocktail bar and slipped me a Mickey.
He give my innocent little kid sister a Mickey? Well, what happened to you, Rosie?
I liked it. I ordered 3 more. It's an amusing little drink. Now, Rodney, this Elliot guy is very nice.
Just a minute there. How many times have I told you that when you are talking to me, put your lower plate in?
I don't like it.
What do you mean you don't like it? I went to a lot of trouble to get you them teeth. I heisted them from the richest old lady in Pasadena. Come on, put them in.
All right. I'll put them in.
All right. Now then, sis, go ahead. Tell me more about Elliot.
Well, we left the top.
All right, already. You can take them out.
You see, I told you it was better without them.
Look, sis, maybe you ought to forget this Elliot.
No, I can't forget him. He's my kind of guy.
Well, then you shall have him. Now, how would you like to marry Elliot?
No, I'd love to, but I don't think I can trust him.
What do you mean?
Well, when he took me home last night, he kissed me.
So what is wrong with that?
But any guy who kissed me would kiss anybody.
Don't let that bother you. When he marries you, he ain't going to kiss nobody else. I will see to that. Now then, let's make preparations for the wedding. We want to do this high class, you know. So the first thing you do is, Rosie, you go over to his house and tell him he's going to get married.
Rodney, I just met the man last night. It ain't ladylike for me to chase him. Besides, he ain't home.
How do you know?
I've been over to his place at 7 o'clock this morning to ask for another date. I knocked on his door, but there was no answer.
Maybe you didn't knock long enough.
I knocked until 10 o'clock. And then my knuckles started bleeding, so I had to And I've been calling him ever since, but there's still no answer.
Wait a minute. I think I know whose house he might be at.
No?
I will go over and tell him he's going to get married.
But suppose he says no.
Who's going to ask him?
But, Rodney, it takes 2 to make a marriage.
We got 2, you and me. We both want it, and that's all we need. I'll go over and get Elliot and meet you down at City Hall. In the meantime, you get ready. Where is your wedding dress?
I'm wearing it.
That's a house coat you're wearing.
It's reversible. On the other side, it's a veil.
Elliot, pull yourself together, kid, and tell me what happened.
Look, Curly, I had a horrible experience last night.
Well, you must have. You've been here 10 minutes and you haven't stopped shaking. What were you drinking last night?
Nothing. I didn't touch a drop all night.
That is a horrible experience. You got a right to shake.
Oh, don't be a funny man.
Well, why are you shaking, Elliot?
Well, I'll tell you, Alice, you're more understanding. Last night I had a blind date.
With what?
I'm not sure yet.
Who was your blind date?
Grogans Sister. Curly, did you ever see his sister?
No, I didn't know he had one. I've seen him around town with his brother, though. He's a short, fat guy with a bull neck and a crew haircut.
That's his sister.
Well, it sounds like he's a charming creature.
Yeah, she's awful. And to think I took her to dinner, then the theater, and then a nightclub. Ooh, what a waste of $3. I'm almost sorry I kissed her goodnight.
Well, Elliot, if she was such a beast, why did you kiss the girl?
When I spend $3 on a date, I'd kiss a camel. And this one came pretty close. Wish she'd stop chasing me.
Oh, what makes you think she's chasing you?
She came over to my house at 7 o'clock this morning and started banging on the door, asking for another date. I have a sneaking suspicion this dame wants to marry me.
Well, what are you worrying about?
Her brother, Grogan. That's what I'm worried about.
Forget him. If you don't want to marry this girl, you don't have to.
You keep your cotton-picking mouth out of there. Elliot, I have come to tell you the good news. My sister has decided to accept your proposal of marriage.
What proposal? I never proposed to her.
A mere technicality. We'll talk about that when you get back from your honeymoon. Now, come on, let's get going. My sister's waiting for you at the city hall.
Yeah, wait a minute, Grogan. You can't rush me into marriage.
Now, hold it, Grogan. You can't force him to marry your sister.
I ain't forcing him. Actually, the marriage ceremony took place last night. This is just a civil ceremony to keep the state happy.
What are you talking about? There was no ceremony last night.
Oh, my, you have got a short memory. Do you remember taking my sister out to dinner last night and ordering 2 steaks?
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. And when my sister said, Elliot, do you want me to pass the ketchup? What did you say?
I said, I do.
That was the ceremony. Oh, it must have been a beautiful wedding. Sorry I wasn't there. Now, come on, let's get down to the city hall.
You can't make Elliot marry your sister.
Then how would you like to marry her? She'll take anything.
Now, wait a minute. Your sister can't marry Phil? How about me?
Well, no, she wants a man, but thanks anyway. No, we'll leave it the way it was. After all, Elliot, you are the one who kissed my sister, so you are the one who should marry her. Or do you want to argue some more?
Oh, no.
Good. Then let's get going.
Well, wait a minute. I don't think you should go along, Grogan. Young lovers should be alone at such a tender moment in their lives.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, you go alone. You meet my sister and marry her.
Oh, sure. Don't even think about it anymore. We'll be married.
A word of advice.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to buy the paper later. And if your name ain't in tonight's wedding column, it'll be in tomorrow's obituary column. You may not see it, but it'll be there. And on that happy note, I bid you adieu.
He ain't kidding. I'm in a spot. I'm going to have to marry his sister.
Well, marry her. Marriage isn't so terrible.
Elliot, I think it's wonderful that you're going to get married. And as a personal favor, I'll sing at your wedding.
I can hardly wait.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll do it right now.
Comes along so unexpected, makes you feel so disconnected. Comes along a love.
Comes along a love, suddenly, brother, are you happy and excited? Comes along a love, suddenly every dream you've had becomes invited. Comes along a love, suddenly every dream you've had becomes ignited. You just begin to live. Comes along a love. Comes along a love. Comes along a love, suddenly though you never sang, you're always singing. Comes along a love. Comes along a love, suddenly chimes you never heard before keep ringing. Comes along a love. Comes along a love, suddenly night and day your heart is highland flinging. You love, you say you live. Comes along a love. I don't care how blue you're feeling now. You sparkle and you bubble. See each bluebird double. Comes along a love, suddenly fatty things no longer seem to faze you. Comes along a love, suddenly everyone around you seems to praise you. Comes along a love, suddenly you discover things that just amaze you. You just begin to live. Comes along a love. I don't care how blue you're feeling now. You sparkle and you bubble. You see each bluebird double. Comes along a love, suddenly petty little things no longer faze you. Comes along a love. Comes along a love, suddenly everyone around you seems to praise you. Comes along a love, suddenly you discover things that just amaze you. You just begin to live and really love. Each day you live. Comes along a love. Well, how did you like that, Elliot?
How can you be so heartless? How can you stand there and sing while my little pink body is being thrown to the lions? Well, I'm not going to stand for it. I'm not going to be forced into this marriage.
Well, how are you going to get out of it? Grogan's very insistent.
I'll go someplace where Grogan can't find me. That's it. I'll run away.
You're going to run away just to keep from being married? Why?
Because I know what marriage does to a man. He has no more freedom. His wife watches him like a hawk. He can't stay out with the boys all night. He can't stop at a bar for a drink when he feels like it. He can't even look at another girl. And if I run away, I'll be free to do all those things. That's why I'm leaving.
Wait till I get my hat, I'll go with you.
Take one step toward that hat rack and you're a dead drummer.
Hey, see what I mean, Curly?
Well, Elliot, you're right about one thing. You shouldn't be forced into marriage. But running away isn't going to solve it. There's an easier way out. How? You can kill yourself. No, I don't think you should deprive Grogan of that pleasure.
Will you stop it? How am I going to get out of this?
It's too bad you're not already married. If you could show up at City Hall with a wife, then Grogans Sister wouldn't want you.
How can I show up with a wife when I don't have a... Wait a minute. I got the answer. Curly, can I borrow your wife for a couple of days?
Were you crazy or something? You want me to loan you my wife?
I'll give you collateral. I'll leave my gold elk's tooth with you. See, that way you're not taking any chances. If I don't bring your wife back, you get to keep the tooth. What do you say, Curly?
I don't think so. I don't sublet Alice very often.
Hey, Alice, won't you please do this for me? All it'll take's about 15 minutes, and it'll get me out of a spot.
Well, if it'll get you out of a spot, I guess I can do it.
Alice, don't do it.
Oh, but, Phil, all I'm going to do is be his wife for 15 minutes. Now, what harm can it do?
With him, you never can tell. If you're going to be his wife, I'm going to be there, too.
But, Curly, you'll spoil the whole thing. How am I going to explain you to Rose?
Just tell her that I'm Alice's brother.
Oh, all right. Come along, wifey dear. These relatives of yours certainly get my hair.
Well, there's the City Hall right across the street, but I don't see no girl. Where's Grogan's sister?
Rosie must be here someplace. You'll recognize her when you see her. She's short and squat. Oh, there she is, standing next to the fire hydrant.
I don't want to be indelicate, Elliot, but which is which?
Let's not be unkind to the girl. Her shape's not quite that bad. The one on the left is the fire hydrant. No, it must be Rosie. It just moved.
I imagine a lot of cars get tickets for parking in front of her. I can just see somebody driving up.
Fellas, why don't you stop it? I don't think she's unattractive at all. I feel a little sorry for the girl, and I don't know if I should go through with it.
No, Alice, you promised you can't back out. Look, just give me a minute with her, and as soon as you hear me say I'm married, you break in and tell her you're my wife.
All right.
Yeah, and lay it on good. I don't want any doubt in her mind that we're husband and wife. All right, here I go. My cheating heart, it now can sleep. I'm gonna get rid of this little creep. Oh, hello, Rosie.
Elliot, you showed up for our wedding. See, isn't it wonderful what love and my brothers can do to a man? Well, let's go in and get hitched.
Well, wait a minute, Rosie. You sure you want to get married?
Are you kidding? I dream of orange blossoms so much I sleep with a smudge pot at the foot of my bed.
But, Rosie, you shouldn't rush into this. After all, you don't know anything about me.
Why do I have to know anything about you? All I'm doing is marrying you. I'm not buying a used car or something. So, Elliot, you'll be so happy together.
But, Rosie...
We'll have our own little cottage in the country.
But I
and
can't...
then after a year or two, we'll hear the sound of little feet running around the house.
Well, as long as it's just feet and no babies, okay. My wife wouldn't object to that.
You're what?
My wife. That's what I've been trying to tell you. I'm married.
Well, if it isn't Elliot, my husband. Oh, Elliot, my husband. How can you do this to me, your wife? I'm the woman you married 12 years ago, and we've been living together ever since as husband and wife.
Elliot, what's he trying to say?
Oh, we're going to have trouble with this kid. Look, miss, these two are married.
Who are you all of a sudden?
Fair question. What do you got in your mouth, beer caps?
Never mind that. Who are you?
I'm the brother of this woman who is the wife of this man, which makes him her husband. Do you get it?
No, but you're sweet.
Look, miss, I'm trying to tell you, Elliot can't marry you because he's already married. This is his wife.
I understand. It's all right with me.
You don't mind?
Why should I when I got you, big girl?
You got who all of a sudden?
You, Curly, you're just my type. You'd make a wonderful husband.
I'd make a wonderful what? Look, hold it. Look, you're a nice kid, but I can't marry you.
Why not? There's nothing to stop us. After all, I'm unattached.
We'll get somebody else to put you together. I don't want the job.
So I'd make you a wonderful wife. I'm a good cook, and I can...
Wait a minute. This has gone far enough, Rosie. You can't marry Phil.
Why not?
Because he's my husband.
Say, you married to everybody? You grab them faster than the draft gets them. Make up your mind, Blondie. Which one are you married to?
All right, Elliot, you tell her.
Yeah, but Curly...
I said tell her.
All right. Rosie, I guess the time has come to tell you the truth. Alice only pretended to be married to both of us. She really isn't. She's just married to me.
Elliot.
Sir?
Would you mind stepping around the corner with me?
Why, certainly. What's on your mind, Curly?
Look, what are you trying to do? Now go back there and tell that dame that Alice is my wife.
But she isn't. You loaned Alice to me for 15 minutes, and my time isn't up yet. Look, Curly, you gotta play along with me. As soon as she finds out I'm not married, I'm dead. Curly, I got the solution. Rosie thinks Alice is my wife, so all we gotta do is get you another wife.
Oh, that's all I need, another wife.
Curly, all I want to do is get you a new wife for an hour.
I don't want it, but who you got in mind?
Oh, I don't know. Find your wife who's young and attractive. And...
Hiya, fellas. What are you doing around City Hall?
Hi, kid. Curly, here's the answer to our problem.
Julius. This is a wife? I'd rather be married to Peter Lorre.
No. You don't need a wife now. Julius is going to be your son.
What are you driving at?
Don't you see? You go around the corner and talk to Rosie. Then Julius comes along and he says, "Hello, Dad. Mother is waiting at home for you." This not only implies you're married, but that you have a son, too. What do you think of the idea?
I think it's good.
I think it's great.
I think it stinks.
Julius, you wouldn't say that if you knew what we were talking about. My boy, I'm going to confer a great honor upon you. I'm going to become your father.
You're willing to do that for little me? Oh, bring me clothes, Mother. I'm on my way to heaven.
All right, kid, control yourself.
I can't. You don't know what this does to me. It's got me little insides in a turmoil. Me head is reeling, me heart is pounding, and me stomach is, am I sick?
If you stop carrying on like that, I only want to do one thing, become your father.
Stop making them indecent proposals.
Look, kids, all we're going to do is pretend you're his son. You see, there's a girl around the corner who thinks Mr. Harris is single, and she wants to marry him.
That's right, and if we don't convince this girl that I'm already married, she's going to marry me, and I'll be in trouble.
Oh, I wouldn't want you to be in trouble. What do you want me to do?
Look, I'm going around the corner and talk to her. When you hear me say I have a son, you come in and say, "Well, if it isn't my dear old Dad," and then say that Mother wants me right away. Have you got it?
Got it. Go ahead. I'll be right back here.
Good. Oh, this is going to work. I'll get rid of this dame in no time. I'll just... Oh, hello, Rosie.
Not for that time you got back. Where you been? Getting a babe or something?
Well, I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
Well, stop yapping and let's get hitched.
Now, wait a minute, Rosie. There's a reason why I can't marry you. Mm-hmm. You see, I have a son. I said I have a son.
I heard you.
But he didn't. I say I have... Oh, here he comes now. Hello, son.
Well, if it ain't me dear old Dud.
That's Dad.
Oh, a sloppy speaker.
Now, wait a minute, little boy. Did I hear you call him Dad?
That's right, I'm it. How'd you get height?
You'll get used to her after a while. Rosie, this is why I can't marry. You see, I have a wife, and she must be expecting me any moment now. Julius, you have a message from me from Mother, don't you?
Nope.
Pull yourself together. Now, let's try it again. Julius, is your mother waiting at home for me?
Yeah, and she wants to see you right away.
About what?
She wants to show you the divorce she got from you today.
Divorce?
Yeah, now you're free to marry anybody you please. You can pick any girl you want, and how about Mushmouth here?
I accept.
Good, I now pronounce you man or wife.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Your mealtime problem, like that of most homemakers, is to come up with new menus for your family, to take the humdrum routine out of 3 meals every day. An RCA Estate gas or electric range will solve your problem. See how the new RCA Estate coaxes exciting new flavors from familiar foods with new modern cooking methods. The Hideaway Gridall grills whole meals in minutes, drains off fats for better health and better flavor. The special Radiant Heat Barbecuer meat oven gives meats real charcoal-done goodness. The exclusive Balanced Heat Bake Oven banishes hot and cold spots and baking failures. Before you buy, see all the years-ahead features of the RCA Estate range. It's used by the noted authority on good eating, Duncan Hines, because it grills, bakes, barbecues, and does it all at the same time. Look up your RCA Estate dealer in the yellow pages of your phone book. Let him show you these new RCA Estate ranges, gas or electric.
This is Phil again. Better public understanding of the fine abilities of trained and properly placed handicapped workers is essential to assure that those persons are placed in jobs where their abilities can be utilized. Employees are requested to take advantage of the skills available in the handicapped by calling the state vocational rehabilitation agencies. Thank you and good night.
Good night, everybody.
Included in this program transcribed were Rosemary and Sheldon Leonard. The part of Julius was played by Walter Tetley.
Phil,
Yeah, honey.
that calendar in the kitchen, did you put it there as some kind of practical joke?
What do you mean?
All the months are the same. Every one of them is May.
Oh, of course, honey. With the new RCA room air conditioner, every month in the year is May. Haven't you noticed? The air is always cool and fresh and moisture-free, just like spring. Hot weather just doesn't bother to come around. It's spring all year round.
You're right, Phil. I noticed crocuses blooming in the living room.
Crocus is nothing. Those are orchids.
Orchids?
Orchids to the new RCA room air conditioner.
Next, hear Theater Guild on the Air over NBC.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world.
Command Performance!
Presented this week and every week till it's over. Over there. Get on the beam there, men. Here comes your personal radio show, Command Performance. Our opening letter is from Seaman First Class BRJ on a battleship somewhere in the South Pacific. He says,
Dear Command Performance, maybe I'm just an old deck swabber, but I've got a lot of young ideas. One of them's Betty Grable. I happened to read in the last Walter Winchell column I saw that Betty was keeping company with George Raft. Please tell Betty that we've got a nice big battleship. Why should she waste her time with a raft?
Well, brother, you've got something there, and we've got something here, too. She's yours for tonight. Fellas, Miss Betty Grable.
Thank you, Paul Douglas, and hello there, fellas. I told Mama not to wait up tonight because I'm going out shortwave. I'm going out with all the fighting men in Uncle Sam's Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. And that's just about the biggest blind date any girl ever had. And I don't mind telling you boys that I'm carrying the torch for you. And so is that lady in the harbor back in New York. The studio here is so full of stars we could almost get along without lights. So I'd better start answering your commands. First, a salute to the boys of Unit 855, United States Marine Corps. The address is a military secret, but the letter is signed by M.D.G. Jr., who hails from Culpeper, Virginia. For him and his gang, we proudly present Miss Judy Canova.
I hope you like it. I had a sailor courting me for quite a spell, mid simple life of country folk. Now when he told me that he wanted to go away, my little heart hit almost through. I said, you know it's true, I love you best of all. So, honey, don't you go away. Now, just as he went to go and read my heart, and so these words he heard me say. Darn, that's pretty. Some of these days, you're gonna miss me, honey. Oh, some of these days, you're gonna feel so lonely. You'll miss my hug, you'll miss my kisses, you'll miss me, honey, when you go. Feel lonely, lonely. I'm blue, only for you, honey. Oh, you've had your way, and that ain't hay. And when you leave me, I know they'll grieve me. You miss your little baby. I'm tired of being a scatterbrain. I'm gonna find myself a ball and chain. And when I do, you gonna miss me. Oh, some of these days. Thank you, Judy Canova. That was swell. On our show of March 22nd, a very amusing man gave a lecture to sailors in which he discussed the facts of life. Apparently, he gives such valuable advice that you men have called him back for his second triumphant appearance on Command Performance. Robert Benchley.
Thank you, Miss Grable. This is a little talk that I'm going to deliver tomorrow to a group of young women about to enter a short course in nursing. I just want to see what you think of it. I may tear the whole thing up anyway. Young ladies, I'm going to say, if I say anything. Young ladies, I am happy to speak a few words of cheer to you on this your day of matriculation. Perhaps I shouldn't even have said that. Perhaps I shouldn't have started the talk at all. If you can't say a word like matriculation without... Well, anyway, I do feel, however, that a word or two of warning may not be out of place from an old man who has been very close to several nurses and vice versa. I like to think of us all as just one big family, don't you? First, there comes the problem of bathing in bed. I mean, of course, bathing the patient in bed. Well, let's look at it from another angle. Let's take the subject of changing the bedding after bathing the patient in bed. Now, as I see it, the problem is to get the bottom sheet out from under the patient without tossing him too far in the air or catapulting him on the floor on the other side. This can be done by calling his attention to something outside the window, counting 1, 2, 3, and then not changing the bottom sheet at all. He won't know the difference in a couple of minutes anyway. Now, once you've got the patient washed and the bed linen changed, there's a question of... I wonder if you'd like to hear something about the work we're trying to do among our boys up at our little camp in Silver Lake. I don't think it's generally known that most of our boys up there are between the age of 16. We feel that by taking the boy at this age, we can get him into closer touch not only with his parents, his school, and his people, but also with the town in which he lives, the flag to which he pays allegiance, and to the town which he lives. I was talking on this subject only last week at our Uptown branch, asking for contributions for the camp, and at the conclusion of my talk, a little old lady, dressed all in lavender, came up on the platform, and placing her hand on my arm, asked, "What the hell did you do with all the money we gave you last year?" Well, I just laughed and pushed her off the platform. but I quote that only to show how much interest people are taking in our camp and how bright the future seems to be for it. Or did I say that? Well, anyway, to get back to what I was going to say to the young ladies who are training to be nurses. From my experience with nurses, I think that I'm right in making the suggestion that the nurse is likely to hang around the room too much. Is that right? I don't know. Nurses are often very charming young ladies. I say this entirely on hearsay. I never happened to draw one. I hear about these guys with beautiful nurses, but the one I usually get looks like whirl away with a cap on. Only kidding, Miss Tuttle. We now come to the subject of hospital bedroom equipment and its use. But I see that my time is about up, and so we shall have to postpone this section until our next meeting. Well, maybe the time isn't quite up yet, but it will be by the time I've announced that I will be in the vestry at the close of this talk for consultation with any of you young ladies who still want to continue nursing after what I've just said, and who would like to try getting this shoulder of mine back into place. In the vestry, and this goes for you too, fellas. What have I said?
Thank you very much, Bob Benchley. And now for 2 sergeants and 8 privates in the Field Artillery, APO 957, somewhere in the Pacific area, Command Performance presents the world's greatest trumpet player, Harry James, and his music makers. Mailbag now, we find a letter from the gang at the U.S. Naval Air Station, Coco Solo Canal Zone. It is signed by ACH, who says, I suppose you're swamped with requests, and it will be some time before you get to mine. But I'll be waiting for Jack Benny. Well, ACH, suppose I refer your request to the heavyweight champion of microphonia, Don Wilson.
Thank you, Betty. Thank you. Gosh, she's beautiful.
You said it.
And now, fellows, we bring you a man who used to be a beautiful baby, Jack Benny.
Say, Don, when I smiled at Harry James, you see how worried Phil Harris looked? Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I like that beautiful baby introduction. Was that just a lucky guess, or did you have authentic information?
Well, Jack, when I was over to your house for dinner the other night, I took a peek at that old family album of yours.
Oh, Don.
And I must say you were a gorgeous infant. Were you really so good-looking?
Well, I don't want to sound hammy or anything like that, but for the first 17 months of my life, I was a length ahead of Robert Taylor. In fact, I won 4 blue diapers.
I can imagine.
Say, Don, I'll bet you were quite a healthy-looking kid yourself, weren't you?
Well, Jack, I
can just see you as a baby, Don, bouncing your mother on your knees. And I can hear your mother singing to you, "Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop."
Oh, she sure did.
That tree must have been a redwood. Well, anyway, I'd like to be a baby again. I really shouldn't keep talking like this, but I was about the cutest little Dickens in Waukegan. In fact, people from all around used to come to my father's meat market just to see me.
Meat market? Why, I thought your father ran a clothing store.
Well, Don, it was a combination meat market and clothing store. On Saturdays, we used to run a special, a pound of hamburger with 2 pair of pants. Oh, it went over very big. I remember one time...
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
We were talking about me. Don just happened to mention that he saw my family album and that I was a beautiful child.
You beautiful?
Yes, I was. Not only that, I developed very quickly. When I was only 3 months old, I had 4 lovely teeth.
Well, you're right back where you started from.
We should get laughs like that on our own show. Always kills me. Now, listen, Mary. I have a full set of teeth right now. And with the exception of a little argument I had with a cab driver in Toledo, they're all my own.
And what's that price tag doing on the 3rd molar?
Don't be funny.
Say, Jack, did I hear you say that you had an argument with a cab driver in Toledo?
Yes, but of course that was years ago.
Well, what was the fight all about?
Oh, nothing. He just happened to say something I didn't like, and he hit me. Otherwise, Toledo was lovely.
Say, Don, when you were looking through that album, did you see the picture of Jack's uncle on the big white horse?
Yes, I did.
That was my Uncle Beaumont, you know.
And did you see the tree in back with a rope dangling from it and that big crowd of men standing around?
Mary, my uncle didn't steal that horse. That was just a scene from a Western movie he was making called The Code of the West. What are you laughing at?
I'll bet he never saw the preview.
He did, and he was a fine actor.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis. I didn't see you.
Well, I was around here. I heard you telling everybody what a beautiful baby you were.
Well, Don brought up the subject. I never mentioned it. Have you got any cute baby pictures, Dennis?
None where I'm facing the camera.
Oh.
You know, Mr. Benny, I wasn't a very pretty kid, but I was as smart as a whip.
Smart, eh? I'll bet you were.
All right, you can laugh, but when I was 12 years old, I recited the Gettysburg Address.
At 12? What's clever about that?
Could Lincoln do it?
All right, Dennis, we won't go into that. But if you were so smart at the age of 12, what happened to you in the meantime?
I don't know. All of a sudden, everything went blank.
That's what I thought. Say, where's Phil?
Oh, he's around here somewhere. By the way, Jack, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this or not, but Phil's pretty sore about that crack you made at rehearsal.
What crack?
You know, when you told him that if he didn't like it here, he could go out and get his own program.
Oh. Well, gee, Don, I was only kidding. I didn't mean anything.
Well, Phil took it pretty seriously, and he said he's going to leave you.
Leave me? Why, I made the guy. Gee,
When I picked him up, he was demonstrating curlers in a drugstore window. Say, Mary, did Phil say anything to you about this wild scheme of his?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes or no?
Yes, he told me, and no, I ain't going to tell you.
I know. All right, I'm not worried about it. I can get another orchestra leader. Matter with Harry James. That's bad, I suppose? Anyway, Phil ought to be loyal enough to discuss things with me before he takes any definite steps.
Hey, Jack, here he comes now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the boy?
Jackson. You know, Phil, it's cute the way you call me that every week, you know. Say, what's this gag I hear about you getting your own program?
It's not a gag. You and I have been fighting so much lately, I thought it'd be better to call it quits, that's all.
Oh, that's silly.
Silly nothing. You're just tough to get along with, that's all.
Who, me?
Yes, you're always flying off the handle.
I am not. I'm sweet and lovable.
And you're always yelling and shouting at me.
Shouting at you?
And you're always losing your temper.
Why, you baggy-eyed ingrate, I never lose my temper, and you know it. I love you, you louse.
Oh, sure.
Well, now listen to me, Phil Harris.
Gee, you think they were married?
Keep out of this, Dennis. Now, look, Phil, look. I'm not begging you to stay on this program.
And get up off your knees.
I'm not on my knees. Anyway, Phil, there's no use arguing about it. You can't leave me because we've got a contract.
Some contract. I supply the orchestra, and when people throw money at us, I have to split it with you.
Oh, how often does that happen? Maybe once in a fortnight. And another thing.
Oh, Jack, what are you beefing about? If Phil wants to go, let him go.
Certainly.
You can get Abe Lyman to take his place.
Oh, that would be fine. Abe Lyman happens to be the cab driver that punched me in Toledo. That's all I need.
Say, Jack, you know a lot about music. Why don't you form your own orchestra?
Well, maybe I will. Say, I could organize a darn good swing band, believe me.
If you do, I got a swell name for it.
Never mind.
What is it, Mary?
Jack Benny and his Cincolas.
Listen, Mary, I don't have to worry about getting a band together because Phil is only bluffing. If he went out on his own, where would he get a sponsor?
Don't worry about me. I've got a sponsor.
Oh, you have, eh?
Yeah, I'm going on the air for McMillan's Corn Plasters.
Corn plasters?
Yes, corn plasters.
Well, that fits. Half the time you're corny and the other half you're plaster. Anyway, Phil, if you're smart, you'd stay right here and try to be a little more... I'll answer it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, you. What do you want?
Are you planning to come home for dinner tonight?
Well, certainly I am.
Well, if you want something to eat, you better bring some food home with you.
What are you talking about? There was plenty of food in the icebox when I left the house this morning. What happened to it?
In the which?
In the icebox. When I left this morning, it was just bulging with food.
Well, the swelling's going down now.
Rochester, did you throw another party this afternoon?
Well, come to think of it, a few of my friends dropped in for some tea and donuts.
Now, listen, if you just served tea and donuts, what happened to all those lamb chops?
Well, I ran out of donuts.
Yes?
So we bored holes in the chops and dumped them.
That's fine. Well, what happened to the big roast turkey that was in the icebox?
Oh, that was first prize in the bingo game.
Well, that's the last straw. Now, you just see that there's some food in the house when I get there.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
As long as you're coming home, will you bring my fan mail?
Yes, I'll bring it. Goodbye. Darn, that Rochester eats me out of house and home. Well, that's all for us, fellas. Good luck and give him hell.
Thanks a lot, Jack Benny and Company. Now a very nice letter from a very nice sergeant at Army Post Office, number 803A at Suriname, South America.
Dear Command Performance, I'm one of the many listeners to your program for the fighting men of the good old USA. You know, we fellas can't thank you enough for the wonderful work you're doing all for us. Our favorite singer is Mary Martin, and we'll be patiently waiting and listening for her sweet and lovely voice.
Well, Sergeant, you don't have to wait any longer. Here she is, lovely Mary Martin.
Thank you, Betty.
And thanks to the sergeant and all the other men in Uncle Sam's fighting forces who have invited me to appear on this program. If the Bing Crosby Show is within your listening range, you've probably heard Victor Borger's upper language. It's a new kind of talk based on the idea that since everything is higher today, all the numbers in the words we speak should be increased by 1. Wonderful becomes twotiful. To pay becomes 3 pay, and lieutenant becomes loot 11th, and so forth. One of our latest song hits carries out this idea. It's called My Tootiful Little Loot 11th. And with the assistance of the Music Maids and Hal and Harry James Orchestra, I'd like to sing it for you now. There's a handsome lieutenant and he's mine, all mine. No word is high enough, no praise to the sky enough. So I had to raise all the words by 1. He is much more than wonderful, so I add 1. I call him beautiful, that one more than wonderful. In fact, he's just sweet divine. He is my beautiful little Lebanon, and he comes from Timbuktu. He is my beautiful little Lebanon. He's the only truth I need. It's higher praises that he deserves, so I sing his praises in higher words. He is my beautiful little Lebanon, and he comes from Timbuktu. Does he come from California? No. Does he come from 11th Street? No. Does he come from Washington? No. He comes from Timbuktu. It's higher praises that he deserves, so we sing his praises in higher words. He is my beautiful little Lebanon, and he comes from Timbuktu. Well, fellas, Old Man Time is giving us the high sign, and it looks like my blind date with you is just about over. And when a gal has been shown a good time, it's customary for her to express her appreciation by extending her date the courtesy of a good night kiss. I don't suppose a shortwave kiss can be very effective, but it's the best I can do right now. So here it is. Oh, Colonel. Well, fellas, if we didn't get around to answering your particular request this time, keep listening. Your letter is probably here in the bag. And take it from me, that battle you're fighting out there is in the bag, too. This is Betty Grable thanking you for the date and reminding you that Hollywood turns out a lot of pictures. But for you, Hollywood just turns out. Goodbye now.
Those letters, men, and their orders to us, because around here you're the GHQ. Keep on writing to the station to which you're listening, and Command Performance will fill your request. And listen, fella, for a time there, the Axis was getting pretty cocky. Right now, their worry is khaki. See you later.
Operator, this is Eddie Cantor. Connect me with Fink's Drugstore. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Fink's Drugstore.
Hello. Would you please run across the street and call Jack Benny to the phone?
Well, Mr. Benny happens to be here now, but you'll have to wait a minute. He's talking to the manager at the pinball machine.
That was a lucky one. 2 nickels, please. We don't pay off on tilts. Pills? Listen, buddy, I play the game fair and square. I don't even lay my hands on the machine. What I do with my feet is pure skill.
Sorry, we have rules. We do not pay off on a pinball game unless the machine remains inside the store at all times. But, Mr. Fink, you shoved it so close to the soda fountain, you shot the last 3 balls into the molded milkshake.
Look, if that's the way you want to run your drugstore, I'll go elsewhere.
Please try to understand, Mr. Benny. I don't mind you shoving the machine a little. But you're not supposed to break the glass and put the balls where you want them.
That was an accident. I dropped my handkerchief on it.
Your handkerchief?
Yes, I had my lunch in it. I come here just for coffee, not to eat.
Oh, all right. Here are your nickels.
Mr. Benny.
Didn't even touch the thing.
You're wanted on the phone.
Oh, thanks. Help me get this pinball machine off my back. Accusing a guy of... Hello?
Jack, this is Cantor. I got your message to call.
Oh, yes, Eddie. This is urgent. I must see you immediately regarding a proposition.
Look, Jack, I'm not going to get stung with any more of your propositions. I didn't mind last month when you sold me that piece of property and told me it was a gold mine.
It is, Eddie. I tell you, miniature golf courses are coming back. But that's just a small deal. This position is big. It's tremendous. Suppose I come over and discuss it with you.
Look, Jack, I'm going on the air in a minute. I can't have you barging in on my program unless the sponsor gives us consent.
Okay, I'll hang around the drugstore until you hear from your sponsor. You can't afford to miss this
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, present It's Time to Smile with Eddie Cantor.
Everybody, how are you, Harry?
Say, Eddie, I overheard your conversation with Jack Benny. You know you don't need the sponsor's consent. Now, why don't you let him come on the program?
Harry, we've got a good thing here, haven't we?
Yes.
We're both eating regularly?
Yeah.
We get paid every week?
Well, what's all that got to do with Jack coming on our program?
Listen, if our sponsor finds out people are supposed to laugh, we're through, you know. Besides, Harry, I don't like to have him around. He's such a cheap guy.
Oh, no, Eddie, that's just a rumor. No, really, it's a rumor. I happen to know that for Mary's last birthday, Jack gave her a beautiful silver fox muff.
Silver fox muff?
Yes.
That was Benny's toupee with a zipper on it.
Eddie, you're exaggerating.
I'm not. That guy is really tight. Wednesday, he goes into a butcher shop and gets some liver for his dog. Thursday, he gets some hamburger for his dog. Friday, he gets bones for his dog.
Yeah, well, what's cheap about that?
Harry, he's got no dog.
Really, Eddie, I never thought Jack was that stingy.
He's always been that way. When Benny was a baby, he was weaned on a piggy bank. Believe me, Harry.
Oh, I have the phone there, Eddie.
Hello?
Anything new?
No, Jack. The sponsor hasn't called yet. Why can't you tell me about your proposition now?
Look, not over the phone, Eddie. It's too big, too important. Look, did John D. Rockefeller ever transact business over a phone? Did Rockefeller ever discuss million-dollar deals over a phone?
Yes, he did.
Well, who do you think I am, Rockefeller? Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, but Jack, I'm busy. Will you call me back?
Okay.
I don't know what to do with that guy. He is the...
Oh, hello, Miss Cantor.
Well, it's Hattie McDaniel. Hattie, I've been looking for you all day. Where have you been?
I've been substituting for Rochester over at Mr. Benny's house. Yes, they put poor Rochester in jail last night.
In jail? What for?
He smiled during a blackout.
You say he smiled?
Yes, sir. And the gold in his teeth lit up Hollywood Boulevard clear to Glendale.
Tell me, Hattie, I'm anxious to know. You've been to Mr. Benny's house. Has he really got a piggy bank?
Oh, no, sir.
He hasn't?
No, sir. But he's the only man I know who's got a mattress that jingle, jangle, jingle. Well, Mr. Cantor, I'll be running along now.
All right, goodbye, Hattie.
So long. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Hello? Cantor speaking.
Oh, is this you, Eddie? I must have dialed your number by mistake. However, since you're on the phone, anything new?
No, not yet, Jack.
Well, I hate to bother you so much, but don't worry about the sponsor. I'll drop over later on. So long.
So long. Harry, I can't understand that, Benny. He is so... Come in.
Anything new?
Jack! Why, it's Jack Benny! Well, Jack, this is really a surprise.
Wait a minute, Eddie. What do you mean, surprise? In the first place, I just got through talking to you on the phone. Last week, you announced that I was going to be on your program. I announced it on my show Sunday. It's been in all the radio columns. You've had 8 Pinkerton detectives following me for 5 days. Now, when I walked in here, why did you get so excited?
Well, look, Jack, let's not fool ourselves. If I didn't get so excited when you walked in, if I didn't say, why, it's Jack Benny, do you think you'd get such a big reception?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah? Well, Jack, I'm going to show you the difference. Walk out and come in again.
All right, I will.
Come in. Why, it's Jack Benny.
Now, about this proposition.
Jack, will you forget business? Forget business for a while. Business. I haven't seen you for so long, Jack. Let's just have a friendly chat.
All right.
Is it a money-making proposition?
Well, no, not exactly, no.
So how are you feeling, Jack? How are you? Gosh, it's good to see you. You know, I never see you, Jack. Of course, I listen to you every Sunday.
Oh, then you, Eddie, you did hear me mention that I was going to be on your program, didn't you?
Yes, Jack. That's the part I heard.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, and on your show, you also mentioned going to see the preview of your new picture, George Washington Slept Here. Did you actually go?
Yes, Eddie, I finally saw the picture.
Well, tell me, Jack, how is it? I mean, were you pleased with your work in it?
Well, Eddie, you know, I hate to bring it up in front of all these people. I mean, look, let me tell you something. Now, Eddie, I'm not conceited. You know that, don't you?
Of course, Jack.
I mean, you've never heard me rave about myself, have you?
Never, Jack. Never.
Well, Eddie, I will amaze you in this picture. Now, look.
No kidding.
I really will.
Really?
I honestly believe that for the first time, the screen has captured the real me.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Jack.
And you know I'm not egotistical.
No. You know that, after all. Now, well, tell me more about it, Jack. I'm really interested.
No, Eddie, I'd rather not talk about it. I mean, people might think I'm swell-headed and over-enthusiastic, so let's drop it.
Okay. By the way, Jack, how is Mary?
Mary? Why, she's not even in the picture. You see, it's Ann Sheridan.
Oh, yes.
And, Eddie, I must tell you about one scene we have together. You see, Ann and I have been married for 3 years. And there's one scene in the garden that'll tear your heart out.
Really?
Oh, really. It's where I say to her, Connie. See, that's her name in the picture, Connie. My name is Billy Boy.
Really?
Yeah, look at it. No, but this scene is really beautiful. I say to her, now this after we've been married, you see, for 3 years, you see. And we're out in the garden, and I say, Connie, this is our 3rd anniversary. Tell me, sweetheart, do you still love me? And as the moonbeams cast their magic spell over us, she looks into my eyes and softly whispers, no. Well, Eddie, I saw it and cried.
Yeah.
Really? And when a fellow as tough as I am can cry at his own picture, well...
Well, that must be a real dramatic highlight, Jack.
Oh, it is. Oh, well, enough about me and everything. How's Ida? Did she see my picture?
No, she didn't. Tell me, Jack, how do you look on the screen? I mean, how do you photograph?
How do I photograph?
On the street.
I'm glad you brought that up. Now, Eddie, I mean, you know me well. You know I never brag.
Not you.
I mean, you know that.
I know that, Jack.
Come here a minute.
Yeah.
Now, don't misunderstand
what
I'm going to
Jack.
say. You know. Now, look at. You've seen Robert Taylor on the screen, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, let's not talk.
Oh, come on, Jack. Let me hear. I'm your friend.
No, I'm acting like a kid.
No. Jack, it's all right.
Drop it, Eddie.
No, let's kick it around some more. Then, Jack, from what you've just told me, you really feel that you've established yourself as a great screen lover?
Definitely. To tell you the truth, Eddie, I was so good in those love scenes that in my next picture they're just going to give me a leading lady and a rumble scene.
Jack, I'd like to ask you something. You and I have been friends for a great many years, haven't we?
Oh, we've been pals, kid.
Well, I'd like to ask you something, brother.
What is it, kid?
Who's going to play the part of the rumble scene?
Listen, Eddie, not changing the subject, but look, I was awfully thirsty when I came in here. Is there any water around here?
Yeah, right out in the hall, Jack.
Thanks, Eddie. I'll be right back.
That's all right. What a ham. Harry, will you come here a minute?
Yeah, what, Eddie?
Did you ever hear a man rave so much about himself? Did you ever see such a display of egotism?
No, Eddie, I must admit I never did.
Well, let me tell you something.
What?
I didn't want to mention this to Jack, but I saw George Washington slept there.
You really saw? Well, look, how does Jack photograph, Eddie? How does he look?
Harry, come here a minute.
Yeah.
You've seen Robert Taylor, haven't you?
Oh, sure. I've seen him in lots of pictures.
Then you know it can't be the camera.
Jack looks pretty bad, huh?
He looks... I'll explain it this way. Did you ever see a little girl about 6 years old when she gets into her mother's purse and puts on some rouge and lipstick?
Yes.
Well, Jack looked just like that, only he had a red arrow pointing to his dimple. Anyway, Harry... Oh, Jack! Jack, I was just telling Mary how anxious I am.
Harry.
I was just telling Harry how anxious...
Mary is home listening to the program.
I've been telling her too. Listen. I've been just telling Harry Von Zell how anxious I am to see you in your new picture, Jack.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that can be arranged, Eddie. I'll leave a couple of passes for you at the box office.
Passes?
Yes. It won't cost you a cent. You just have to be there at the theater any time between 5 and 6 in the morning, and you can see the picture. It's a sort of an early bird matinee.
Look, Jack, I'd like to see George Washington slept here, but I don't want to get there so early I have to wake him up.
All right, Eddie, I'll give you 2 swell tickets for tonight.
You'll give me?
Well, in return, I'd like to ask a small favor. Remember me telling you over the phone about a certain proposition?
Yes, that's it. Come.
Well, here's what it is.
Yes.
I am going to New York in a couple of weeks. Yes. You see, want to see the Brooklyn bombshell there. And I'm going to New York in a couple of weeks, and I'd like to take your whole cast with me.
That's the favor you...
Yes. Your whole cast.
Don't be ridiculous, my whole... I'm sorry, Jack, but it's no deal. Listen to me, kid. You keep your show and I'll keep mine.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. If you say no, that's the end of it, Eddie.
Glad we understand each other. Now, look, Jack.
Oh, Mr. Cantor.
Why, yes, Dinah. Come in, Dinah.
You wanted it for stage show, Mr. Cantor.
Thanks, Dinah. Jack, you know Dinah Shaw.
Oh, sure. Hello, Dinah.
Hello.
I got to run. I can't let you have any of my cash, Jack. You asked me and I told you, and that's the way it... Shall it be that way? You told me not to.
I'll see you later. Dinah.
Yeah.
Dinah.
Uh-huh.
Come here a minute, will you?
Okay.
Look, Dinah.
Yes?
Dinah.
Uh-huh.
Dinah, are you happy here? I mean, are you satisfied with what you're doing and for whom you're doing it?
Oh, what do you mean, Jack?
I mean, wouldn't you rather broadcast on Sunday than on Wednesday?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, look what it does to your whole week. Look, when you broadcast on Wednesday, let me show you. You broadcast on Wednesday, then all of a sudden comes Thursday and Friday. The first thing you know, your weekend is shot. Then all of a sudden comes Monday and Tuesday, and you're working again. Whereas, when you broadcast on Sunday, you've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday all to yourself. Wonderful.
But, Mr. Benny,
No buts, Dinah. I'm determined to have you work for me. Now, I'll tell you what. I'll pay you twice as much as you get from Cantor. Now, how much does Eddie pay you?
Well...
I know how you feel, Dinah. I know how you feel. Just whisper it to me. How much does he pay you?
He pays me,
Look, Dinah, if you work on Sunday, it'll ruin your whole week. Sing.
Of a white Christmas, just like the one that's below, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow.
I wonder what Cantor really pays her.
Did you say something, Mr. Benny?
Why, no, Harry. I was just... Oh, say, Harry.
What?
Come here a minute, will you?
What's the matter?
Harry, are you happy here?
Yes, I'm very happy here.
Oh, I mean, are you happy in California? Don't you get tired of all this sunshine? Wouldn't you rather go back to New York and step into a nice, slushy gutter?
What are you driving at?
Well, would you be interested in coming back to New York with my show?
Well, what about Don Wilson?
Oh, Don's all right, but with the meat rationing, I'd like to get a smaller announcement. And he's so unreasonable. Well, I offer to pay his fare back to New York, but he refuses to sleep in an upper berth.
Oh, well, that is unreasonable.
Of course it is. After all, how much room does Dennis Day take up? What do you say, Harry?
Well...
Come with me, we'll get 1 million laughs.
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, I'd rather stay here and get 1 million smiles.
You'd rather get smiles?
Yes, I would.
How do you go about it?
That's very simple. Do it like this. Ladies and gentlemen, to help get a smile you can be really proud of, decide now to change to Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. Because firm, healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And Ipana toothpaste is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it's especially designed to help stimulate and strengthen gums, to help keep them from becoming susceptible to gum trouble, So, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you follow this simple, healthful routine?
Regularly brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertips and massage it on your gums.
So get a tube of Ipana from your druggist tomorrow. And remember, the government says we can't buy toothpaste of any kind without turning in an empty tube. So don't forget to take an empty metal tube of some kind with you when you ask for your Ipana toothpaste.
Oh, Dinah, where's Jack Benny?
He went into your dressing room to comb his hair.
That's silly. Could have left it here and I'd have combed it.
Mr. Cantor, maybe I shouldn't mention this, but, well, Jack Benny's been trying to hire me for his program.
What?
And Harry, too.
No.
Yeah.
After I won, I'll fix him and I'll fix him good.
What are you doing, Mr. Cantor?
You said he's in my dressing room?
Yeah.
I'm going to phone in there and pretend that I'm Rochester.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny? This is Rochester, boss. I'm quitting. I got a very lucrative offer from Eddie Cantor.
Well, of all the cheap tricks, the minute my back is turned, he tries to steal my cash. You can't trust anybody these days.
Ain't it the truth?
Rochester, you're making a big mistake going to work for Cantor. Why, he'll never pay you as much as I owe you. Rochester, working for me, you got a future. Why do you want to leave?
Frankly, boss, I'd rather work for a younger man.
Younger? Why, Cantor's old enough to be my father. And if I was a girl, he probably would be. Rochester, your mind's made up. I mean, you finally decided to leave me?
That's right. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Cantor.
He knew it all the time. Well, I'll go into the dressing room now and find out exactly what he's talking about.
Now, if I could only find someone here who isn't loyal, a guy that would stoop to anything, a complete stinker.
How do you do?
Gordon, Mad Russia.
Comrade, I am your man. For 12 years, I've been working for Cantor, and now...
Yes?
I am revolting.
You certainly are.
Thank you.
Russian?
Yes?
I'll give you a contract if you're sure you want to quit Cantor.
Why shouldn't I quit him? He's no good. He's a crook. He's a heel.
Aha!
And I love him. He's like my own brother.
Russian, don't let him tempt you with money. Even if you do work for Benny, you can't get above the $25,000 ceiling.
Working for you, I can't even get off the floor. My ceiling is zero.
Oh, stop, will you?
Mr. Benny, I've decided to work for you at my very lowest figure.
What's that?
Nothing.
Russian, I don't understand. You've been with me so long. Why do you want to leave me to go to work for Jack Benny?
Because I like him. I like him. I owe him a debt of gratitude. You see, many years ago, back in Moscow, I am sitting with my girl. We are tuning in on the radio, and we are hearing... Love in blooming. I am holding her hand. I can smell the chrysanthemums right in the air. And then, my dear friend, I propose. Mr. Benny, that's why I am grateful to you.
You mean your girl said yes?
No, the music was so bad she killed herself. Thank you.
Harry. What's the matter? What's wrong?
There's nothing the matter, Eddie. Don't you get it? Now listen to me here.
What is it, an imitation of Donald Duck?
No, it's not either. I'm practicing to be a ventriloquist. Shirley's been teaching me.
Oh, you mean Shirley Dinsdale, a little 15-year-old ventriloquist?
Yeah, and when she comes back next week from San Francisco, she's going to give me my second lesson. And after that, I'll come up to the microphone, and without even moving my lips, I'll be able to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's worth your while to know how much faster Sal Hepatica helps you feel better when you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative. Because then Sal Hepatica brings speedy, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you don't have to put off till night taking the laxative you need in the morning. You don't have to risk feeling miserable all day. Sparkling Sal Hepatica has this advantage, too.
Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. And any time you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, See how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny on his violin and me with my golden voice give you our interpretation of Ida. Ida, sweet as apple cider, sweeter than all I know. Take it. Come out back in the silvery moonlight of love we'll whisper. So soft and everyone should use Ipana. That's the wish of Eddie Cantor. Seen those can't live without you. Listen, oh honey,
right.
You. Ida, I idolize ya. I long to love you, Ida, need I?
Greatness flakes are good and crunchy for your breakfast or your lunchy.
Love you, Ida, need I do? Good night. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And please don't forget the two products that make this program possible. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. Now, remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you. As friend to friend, I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen. With Dink Trout, Charles Dant of the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Here's Dennis singing Linda.
When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. And lately it seems in all of my dreams I walk with my arms about Linda. Oh, what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. Can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the lovin' I've missed. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while. Then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen. And when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine. Oh, miracles still happen. lucky star begins to shine. With one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, just about the last person in the whole world you'd suspect of being up to something devilish is the husband of our young hero's landlady. Loyal, dutiful, steady, fearful Mr. Anderson. But his daughter Mildred has been far from satisfied with her father's behavior during the past week, and so this morning she's decided to broach the subject to her boyfriend, Dennis Day, in his room.
Dennis, what are you doing?
Oh, listening to the radio.
To the radio? Oh, I don't hear anything.
I know. Fred Allen's on.
Well, turn it off. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Dennis, have you noticed anything odd or unusual about Dad lately?
Your dad? No, Mildred. Why?
Well, he's been acting strangely all week.
Gee, really?
He hasn't been near Mother for whole days at a time.
And besides that, he's been acting strangely, huh?
We hardly ever see him anymore. By dinner, he barely gets through the first course before he disappears somewhere. I don't understand it.
Me either. He certainly should be used to the food by now.
It isn't the food. My father's up to something.
Oh, gosh, you really think so?
I do. Dennis, you don't suppose... Oh, no. No, it's impossible.
Well, that's silly. Nothing is impossible. What were you thinking of?
Another woman.
Beg pardon, I was wrong.
Of course, it's utterly fantastic.
Ridiculous.
Still...
Yeah, it's spring, and you know what they say about young men and their fancy.
But Dad's not a young man, Dennis.
Well, sometimes even his type runs across something fancy.
It might be an affair d'amour?
Oh, I don't know whether she's French or not.
But you do think he might be interested in another woman. Oh, Dennis, I can't believe it.
Me either, really.
But, Dennis, we've simply got to know the truth.
Yeah.
If it's what we suspect, we might be able to break it up before Mother hears about it. Think what'll happen to her if she finds out about my father.
I wouldn't want to be in his shoes either.
Now, look. Daddy's in the next room. You're going in there and find out what he's up to.
You mean right now?
Yes, only for heaven's sakes, be tactful. If you're not subtle about it, he won't tell you a thing.
Okay, I'll kind of ease into it slowly. I can be pretty sly, you know.
Oh, good. I'll wait here for you. Go on now.
Morning, Mr. Anderson.
Morning, my boy.
What do you think of the Russian situation, Mr. Anderson?
The Russian situation? Why, it's pretty complicated.
Yeah, and do you know that half the population of Russia is women?
Naturally.
How's your love life lately?
My what?
Mr. Anderson, I'm going to put my cards right on the table. I suspect you of going out with another woman.
And Dennis, have you ever seen me with another woman?
No, sir.
No. Have you ever heard me mention another woman's name or seen me even look at another woman at any time?
No, sir.
Well, then?
Where are you hiding her?
I'm afraid we're discussing a pleasant impossibility. Now, believe me, it isn't so.
No? Then where do you rush off to every night after dinner?
To the public library.
Aha, now we're getting somewhere. A beautiful librarian, huh?
Dennis, in the Weaverville Library, the only thing you'll find well stacked are the books.
Well, what do you do at the library, then?
Well, now, if you'll promise me to keep it a secret, I'll tell you.
Oh, sure. I promise.
All right. Now, I've been looking up some old newspaper files. You see, I've been writing a story.
A story?
That's right. I've already sent it to True Story magazine, and they want to publish it.
Gee, what's it called?
The Romance of Herbert Anderson.
Fiction, huh?
You have just put your finger on the horrible problem that I now find myself faced with. You see, True Story magazine positively insists that every word they print is the absolute truth.
Oh, and you didn't make your romance true?
No, I made it interesting. Now the magazine is sending a man here to authenticate my story before they publish it.
Well, can he find anything false? I mean, just what did you say?
Well, I described myself as a man of 50 with a desirable wife.
You're dead.
I could get by with that, but you see, as an added touch, I mentioned our children.
Oh, one daughter could hardly be considered children, huh?
Exactly.
Well, maybe you could say it was a little mistake that you lost count.
Well, hardly, because I described the other child in considerable detail. A boy, I said it was. A brilliant boy who less than a year ago had received his doctorate from Harvard.
Gee, you are in a mess. When will this fellow from True Story be here?
Well, this afternoon, according to the wire I got.
This afternoon? Gosh, even if Mrs. Anderson presented you with a son right now, he could never get through Harvard in time.
Well, not a hard school like Harvard, no.
Well, let's not give up yet, Mr. Anderson. There's got to be a way out of this thing somehow.
Oh, I hope so.
Now, don't you worry. I've got a brain, and Mildred's got a brain, and between our two brains, she's sure to think of something.
So that's all it is.
Oh, I think your father's in pretty big trouble, Mildred.
Yes, but there's a way to get him out. That is, if you're willing.
I knew you'd think of an idea. What's this one? A state or a federal offense?
Well, it's very simple. Daddy has to produce a son for the man from True Story magazine. All right, you're the son.
Me? Mildred, this thing's got to be realistic.
But it is realistic. You're the right age, aren't you?
Yes.
Then you're the son he wrote about. A brilliant young man with a college degree.
It is here that I feel we are veering toward fantasy.
Nonsense. Now, look, you told me the boy was a doctor.
Yeah.
All right. You go down to Dr. Hopkins' office.
Huh?
I'll send the man from True Story there, and when he arrives, he finds you wearing Dr. Hopkins' coat and sitting at his desk.
He also finds Dr. Hopkins beating my brains out, doesn't he?
No, because Dr. Hopkins won't be there. Somebody's made him go out on an emergency.
Who?
You.
Oi.
All you have to do is tell the doctor someone's desperately ill. Pretend you're in a panic.
Oh, that I can handle easily.
Oh, good. And when the man from True Story gets there, you're the doctor, see?
But, Mildred, really,
you can do it. Forget right now about being a soda clerk and start thinking about your new career.
I am. Goodbye, Willoughby's drugstore. Hello, Alcatraz.
Come in.
Dr. Hopkins.
Yes, boy, what is it?
An emergency, Doctor. My sister.
Your sister?
Yeah, she's doubled up in agony. Her face has turned green, her teeth are falling out, and she's got a temperature of 109.
What?
Yeah, we think she's sick.
Good gracious. Has she been in this condition long?
Since January.
January? Why do you come to me now?
Well, today she started to complain. Could you go right away, Doctor?
Yes, of course. What's your address?
120 Cedar Road. It's out in the middle of the woods, 10 miles from here.
Good heavens. How could you have picked such an out-of-the-way spot?
It wasn't easy.
I'd better call the hospital and have them drive me over in the ambulance.
An ambulance?
Of course, yes. The driver will find the place.
Doc, it's beautiful out. Why don't you walk?
Don't be a fool. I'll go over to the hospital and pick up the ambulance there. And you stay here and watch the office for me till I get back, understand?
Yes, sir. Gee, it worked like a charm. This must be one of my abnormal days. Oh, gosh, what do I do now? Maybe it's Mildred. Hello? Yes, this is Dr. Hopkins' office, but... What? Your wife is about to have a baby, and what should you do? Well, humor her, I guess. Let her have it. Mister, what a thing to say. You ought to have your phone ripped out.
Did you get rid of the doctor?
Yeah.
The man from Proof Story's on his way down the hall. Quick, put on that white coat and put the stethoscope around your neck. Hurry now.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. I'll sit behind the screen where he can't see me.
Come in.
How do? I'm Mr. Weems of True Story magazine. They told me I could find Mr. Anderson's son here.
Yes, I'm Mr. Anderson's son. Dennis Day is the name.
Dennis Day? Your father's name is Herbert Anderson and yours is Dennis Day?
Yeah, he didn't want people to call me Junior.
That explains your first name, but what about your last?
Well, Daddy's a fella takes no chances at all.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I want to welcome you to my office and assure you that...
Your office?
Sure.
On the front door it says Dr. Hopkins. How come?
Let's let that one ride, shall we? Let me think of something later.
Better come up with it now. I have a feeling I may not be here long.
Well, I just bought Dr. Hopkins' practice, and I haven't had time to take his name off the door yet. Hey, pretty good, huh?
Yes. But why did you buy a medical practice?
Oh, you know me, the man in white. It says right in Dad's story that I got my doctorate a year ago.
Yes, but your doctorate wasn't an M.D. It was a law degree from Harvard Law School.
A law degree? You mean I'm a...
Try to guess.
A lawyer?
Good boy.
Yeah, of course I'm a lawyer. I was just having a little joke, that's all. Pretty funny, don't you think? You bet, yes, sir.
If you're a lawyer, why have you got on that white coat with a stethoscope around your neck?
Oh, that's easy. When I chase ambulances, I like to dress for it.
I see. And all this equipment? What would a lawyer want with an X-ray machine?
Oh, you'd be surprised how it turns up the hidden clauses in contracts.
And I suppose you use that examination table when you examine witnesses.
Yeah, it helps me weed out the habeas corpuses from the corpus delicti.
It's kind of fun, isn't it?
I hope so.
You don't expect me to swallow this, do you, Mr. Day?
I'd be terribly grateful.
Well, you do have some awfully novel ideas for a lawyer.
Yeah, they come when I least expect them.
You and Clarence Darrow, eh?
No, I like to work alone.
Who has a better right? Well, Mr. Day, True Story magazine, as you know, prints nothing but the truth. So until I can check on this matter elsewhere, I suggest you plead nolo contendere, so to speak.
Oh, I will. I'll plead just what you said.
You're not familiar with that common legal phrase?
I'm a Harvard man, Mr. Weems. We'd hardly learn common phrases there.
Yes, naturally. But you do understand Latin, of course.
Oh, of course. I'm simply odidley with atenley.
You are indeed loaded with something or other. Well, goodbye, Mr. Day. Let's not do it again real soon, shall we?
Dennis, is he gone?
Yeah. You know something, Mildred? I have a feeling he didn't believe a word I said.
I'm afraid you're right. But there's nothing we can do now but hope for the best. Don't lose confidence.
Oh, I won't. But just in case, when you get home tonight, would you bake me a cake with a file in it?
Oh, no, Dennis, you must.
Uh-oh, he's back again. Quick, behind the screen.
Okay.
Come in. Now, look, Mr. Weems,
Stand still, Doc. This ain't a water pistol I got in my hand. I need a doctor.
But...
You're coming with me, Doc. The boss needs you fast, and he needs you bad. A car just went past him, and now he's got 2 bullets in his stomach.
Gosh, I realize that drivers are always thinking up new things to do to pedestrians, but...
Come on, get your things on, Doc. I ain't fooling.
No, wait. You're making a mistake. I'm not a doctor.
No? Then what are you doing in this office with a white coat on and a stethoscope around your neck?
Oh, I was trying to convince someone that I was a lawyer. Sounds weak, huh?
Doc, I'm warning you for the last time. The boss needs someone to pick those bullets out of him.
And if I refuse?
You go anyway. Then you and the boss can pick the bullets out of each other.
I see what you mean. You're an excellent salesman.
Thank you. Now, are you coming?
Yes, sir, only, what if I weren't a doctor?
I'd blow your brains out, mister.
Call me Doc.
Come on. We wasted enough time. Our hideout is the old Foster place on Pine Hill. Here's your little black bag. Now, come on, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Dennis, my poor darling. I've got to do something. But what? They'll kill him, those horrible men. He'll be dead. And that fellow he takes the bullets out of, he won't do well either. Oh, I just got to do something. The Foster place on Pine Hill.
Well, here he is, Chief.
Oh, good work, Sam. Oh, Doc, you're just in time. These bullets went awful deep in my stomach.
They did?
Yeah, my head is split.
Boy, that is deep.
You better get right to work, Doc. I can't stand this pain much longer.
Look, mister, at the risk of my life, there's something I got to tell you.
Shut up, you, and get busy if you want to live. I'll take his pulse.
Huh?
You heard me. Take his pulse.
Really, I don't think we should remove it in his condition.
What are you talking about? All you got to do is feel it.
Oh.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and feel his pulse.
Yes, sir. If you'll find it, I'll be glad to feel it.
Oh, never mind the pulse, Doc. A blood count is more important anyway.
A blood count?
Yeah, go ahead. Take one.
Oh, I don't have to. I can tell without counting them that you have fewer than you used to.
You know something, boss? I think you're in trouble.
You're telling me. But the heat's on, Sam. We've got to get out of here. Oh, go after those bullets, Doc.
I'll tell you what. Let's leave them in. A lot of iron and bullets, you know, and the system requires iron to...
A fine time to be making jokes. Go on, examine his stomachs and see if you can locate them slugs.
Okay. Steady now, Chief.
Ow!
Ticklish?
You fool! He can't stand that. Come on, give him an anesthetic.
An anesthetic?
Yeah, sure. You got something to put him to sleep, ain't you?
Well, I could read to him if you want me to.
Are you crazy? You must have brought some ether with you in that bag. Let me see. Yeah, sure. Here it is.
Gee, I'm glad I remembered.
Okay. Now I'll pour some on my handkerchief and give it to him. There, that ought to do it. All right now, Doc. You call for your instruments, and I'll hand them to you.
But I...
Call for your instruments.
Okay. Knife. Smelling salts.
You're going to give him smelling salts?
They're for me.
Well, see that you don't need them, understand? Now, what else do you need?
Forceps. Band-Aid.
Band-Aid?
Gotta leave him looking neat afterwards, don't we?
For crying out loud, Doc. Quit talking like a fool, will you, and start operating.
Really, mister, look...
Did you hear me?
Yes, sir, but I can't operate on this man. I'm not
Start operating.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's that? Open up in there! Okay, you. Stand where you are and get your hands up. The cops.
Gee, just like David Harding, counter-spy.
Dennis, are you all right?
Mildred and Mr. Weems. Sure, I'm all right.
Well, what do you know? Sam McNulty and Scarface Fudnick. We've been wanting these boys a long time. Congratulations, Doc.
Well, so you've given up law and taken to medicine again, eh, Mr. Day?
Gee, Mr. Weems, I bet you think I'm flighty, don't you?
He knows you aren't a lawyer, Dennis, or even Daddy's son.
Yes, and of course we can't use Mr. Anderson's story.
Oh?
But it's quite possible that we can print the story of how you captured these gangsters single-handed.
Gosh, really?
Yes. Only remember, Mr. Day, this is True Story Magazine. We want the plain truth and only the truth.
Oh, sure. Well, it was like this. I was all alone in the doctor's office when all of a sudden 10 men armed with Tommy guns and cutlasses jumped me. I fought like a demon and I was winning easily when all of a sudden one of them whips out an atom bomb. Well, naturally, I couldn't do much against that, so I waited my chance and then I went after the whole army. I hit one guy with a left, another with a right, and a third I
No, the story of how Dennis Day routed the gangsters will not be found in True Story Magazine. But the story of Dennis's life, entitled Okay, I'll Talk, definitely is in the current issue. True Story Magazine on sale at all newsstands.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And that's important, as our Colgate players are going to demonstrate for you. Our curtain goes up on a rain-soaked college boy who doesn't seem to know it's raining. Raining cats and dogs, in fact. A friend comes up and says,
Come on, snap out of it, Tom. Don't you know enough to come in out of the rain?
Well, what difference does it make, pal? I'm all wet anyway, according to Sal. She just read me a thunder and lightning act that was a beaut.
Oh, so your sugar left you standing in the rain, did she?
That's about it. But when it comes to telling me why, well, Sal's the original Miss Clam.
Well, rain in the face, I'll tell you something. What you want to do is make a dash for your dentist, Tom.
And here's what Tom found out.
Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the current favorite, I Want to Thank Your Folks.
I express how I feel, confess and reveal my love. I want to thank your folks for making you the dream that you are, and tell them what a swell job they've done of raising the one I love. Do you recall the birthday party they gave you when we were just a couple of kids? Well, suppose they hadn't thought of inviting me to see what I have missed. And here's my thanks to you for making all my love dreams come true. But darling, to be perfectly frank, I really must thank your folks. Do you recall couple of kids. Well, suppose they hadn't thought of inviting me to see what I'd have missed. And here's my thanks to you for making all my love dreams come true. But, darling, to be perfectly frank, I really must thank your
Good night, everybody.
Dennis Day can be heard with Jack Benny every Sunday. And be sure and be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Lovely Joan Bennett is another famous Hollywood star to rave over Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, the new cake makeup sensation. Joan Bennett says, I'm wild over Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake. So clever, so practical, with a makeup sponge in its own moisture-proof compartment right in the compact. Yes, Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, for the first time, brings you the makeup sponge right inside the case. Buy the new cake makeup sensation, Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, at cosmetic counters today. Ladies, keep right on saving used fats and oils. Turn them into your dealer and he'll pay you more for your used fats and oils. Mrs. Vern Smith reminding you that daylight saving time becomes effective in certain areas on April 27th. This may change the time at which the Dennis Day program is heard in your community. Please check your local paper for the time at which this program will be heard next week and each week thereafter.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Transcribed.
Good evening. This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to join Mrs. Coleman and me for the next half hour when our sponsor, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, presents The Halls of Ivy.
If you like good beer, do as millions of people are doing all over the country. Ask for Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Schlitz tastes so good to so many people that it's the largest selling beer in America. It has to be fine to be first. Now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's one of those nights that makes home a real haven. Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, is thankful to be home at last after a dinner meeting of the board to don his dressing gown and slippers and join his wife Victoria before the fireplace.
Ah, that's better. Now, blow winds and crack your cheeks. Rage, blow. You cataracts and hurricanes, spout till you have drenched our steeple.
We could use a couple more shingles in our steeple. I've got 3 cans catching the water in the kitchen. Well, did you have a boisterous evening with the boys?
Rather, let us say, a boring meeting with the board. All their dinner meetings follow the same revolting pattern. First, the preliminary and quite false inquiry into one another's health, with no one listening to the answers. Then, a few firm opinions of our national administration, and then a fruit cocktail.
Ah, the good old fruit cocktail, without which any dinner party would be a much happier one.
Oh, it's not the fruit cocktail I object to. In fact, I rather like it. No, it's that that inevitable, omnipresent, unavoidable, and uninspired 1/2 of a maraschino cherry. Why a half? Can't anyone afford a whole maraschino cherry? Are the fruity resources of this plundered planet so far reduced?
It's a matter of stability, darling. You know, whole ones roll around. A half cherry stays put.
I know, but I couldn't keep my mind on the business side.
Why not?
That half of a cherry. I counted the members present. 9 of us. 9 half cherries, or 4.5 cherries accounted for. Where was the other half of a cherry? What are they saving it for? A fruitcake? Oh, do they think that I'll take it. That'll be something Wellman just remembered he should have said at the meeting, but didn't. Hello? Dr. Hall speaking.
Evening, Dr. Hall. This is Warren.
Oh, good evening, Professor. How are you?
Satisfactory. Say, maybe you can do me a favor. You know a passage from Santa Ana about life flowing and stuff, which begins, seeds, blood, and tears of liquid?
It's vaguely familiar.
You got Santa Ana in your house?
Yes. I'm sure there's one tucked away in the library.
Good. Some light-fingered member of the Literati borrowed mine. I don't remember who. I'd like the complete passage from the 8 o'clock class tomorrow morning. You mind if I totter over and pick up your copy?
Well, I'd be delighted to see you, Professor, but in a storm like this, only the wayward daughters of stern fathers are being driven out. But if you want to hold on a minute, I'll read the passage to you.
Fine, if it's not too much bother.
Not at all, just hold on.
I'll talk to him while you hunt, Toddy. He's my oldest boyfriend.
Good, Vicky.
Hello, Professor Warren.
Why, good evening, Mrs. Hall.
Where have you been hiding? You promised to drop by and see us during the holidays. Now, I've got a lot of blank paragraphs in my diary.
Oh, my apologies, Mrs. Hall. But you see, I usually crawl into solitude on such occasions. Christmas, I hang up an old sock and put a horn in it, which I take out on New Year's Eve. At the stroke of midnight, I look in the mirror and blow one toot at myself and go to bed.
Well, sometime you bring it over here. I never heard you blow your own horn, Professor.
You can put that down to natural shyness and shortness of wind, lady. Not to any lack of conceit. Otherwise,
Vicky.
I wouldn't even...
Vicky.
Oh, excuse me, Professor. Yes, Toddy?
Have you seen Santa Ana lately?
But no, dear. We'll call you back, Professor Warren.
All right.
Yes, there's a philosopher named Santayana lost in our library, and we're forming a party.
All right, bye.
Goodbye.
Here we are. Oh, did you hang up? I just found it.
Oh.
Now, if I can locate that passage, it must be in the essay on... Let me see some... Oh, here. Here it is. Now, what's his phone number? Well, that's odd. I've called him up often enough.
Well, I'll look it up.
Wait. Cedar 2655. No, that doesn't sound like it. I remember that much too easily. It must be wrong.
Of course, I know it's ridiculous. And it's the last thing anybody would ever be caught at. And I'm a flighty woman even to suggest it. But how about trying the phone book?
No, not for Warren. He'd insist on being unlisted if he were the head of the fire department.
Well, let's find out. I like to look through the phone directory anyway. It's the one book I can lay down any time without wondering what happens next. Warpack. Here we are, Warren. Warren, is it Joseph?
Yeah, that's right, Joseph Warren.
So he isn't listed. Here it is. Joseph Warren. Cedar, 7211.
Ah, good. Thank you, darling. Cedar. C-E... What was that? Cedar what?
Oh, Toddy. Now. Warpack, Warren, all the way to... Cedar, 7... 2... 1.
1. Hello?
Oh?
Sorry to have kept you waiting. Have you got a pencil handy?
Sure, shoot.
All right, here it is. Seeds, blood, and tears are liquid. Nothing else is so poignant as what passes and flows, like music and love.
Huh?
And if this irreparable fluidity is sad, anything stark and arrested is sadder. Life is compelled to flow, and things must flow with it. Or, like Lot's wife, in the petrified gesture of refusal, remain to mock their own hopes. That's what you wanted, isn't it?
Lot's wife. Hey, listen, Mac. I'll go along with the gag any time, but I'm rushed tonight, see? There's 6 customers waiting and 6 Warren burgers on the griddle.
Warren Burgers? To whom am I talking?
This is Joe Warren's diner. If you won't come to us, we'll come to you. Languid in a bun. Now, what do you have?
I'm sorry. Nothing tonight, thank you.
Rum, Warren?
Yes. This one sells something called Warren Burgers. A banquet in a bun. I'll wager there's not half a maraschino cherry within sneering distance.
Sounds interesting. I'm sorry you didn't order a couple.
Well, I thought of it, believe me. But first things first, darling. What is Professor Warren's phone number?
Oh, it must be somewhere in your desk. Let's look now.
Cedar. I'm sure it was cedar. Or was it walnut? Or maple? Was it evergreen or deciduous?
Here's your address book. RSTUVW. Professor J. Warren, 82 Piazza Barberini, Rome, Italy.
Oh, now, Vic. That's a leftover from Warren's sabbatical leave in 1937. Now, wait. Here's I'm up. I'll go. Professor Warren.
Evening, Dr. Hall, Mrs. Hall.
Oh, come in, Professor. You must be frozen.
In the recent jargon of our undergraduates, baby, it's cold outside. Thank you. We'll sit down.
Well, I'm sorry you had to walk over in this weather, Professor. I was trying to get you on the phone.
Yes, I know. You see, Burgess always takes over the moment I hang up. You should see my phone bill. You'd think I was the voice of America.
Burgess, who's he?
He's a her.
Oh.
Miss Burgess. She's my housekeeper. I'm willing her to the Smithsonian Institute. They'll hang her up on the ceiling under the port wing of the Spirit of St. Louis. Did you find your Santa Ana?
Yes, I did, and the quotation.
Good. That's worth 2 blocks in a blizzard.
Well, now that you're here, take off your coat and mittens and stay a while.
Thank you, Mrs. Hall. Wanted to speak to you two anyway. You busy Saturday night?
No, I don't think so, are we, Vicky?
Well, the Browning Society wanted you to read for them.
Let them get Browning. They've had guest speakers deader than he is.
Well, it appears we have a free evening.
Good. I thought we might have a quiet dinner, just the 3 of us, at Tony's out on the River Road. You know, I'm leaving Ivy next month.
Leaving?
Uh-huh.
Oh, William, you didn't tell me.
Well, I was hoping he wouldn't. I've made him an offer to stay on.
Mrs. Hall, I am superannuated. In Navy parlance, I'm to be decommissioned, coated with cosmoline, and nudged up the river to join the rest of the mothball fleet. I am disqualified because of old age.
Oh, now, you know it's not a question of disqualification, Professor. The retirement age is automatic. It's certainly wrong in your case, but regulations are never made for exceptions.
And you're always an exception, aren't you, Professor Warren? Why, you've built quite a reputation on it.
Mrs. Hall, I've always believed that if you travel with the crowd, you're liable to get your mind picked. But I think this retirement thing might be a good idea in my case. Out of sheer inertia, I'd probably have stayed on here till it dried up and blew around the campus, dirtying the front steps of Clarence Wellman Hall on rainy afternoons.
Well, in that case, there would be more brains outside than inside. Now, what are your plans, Professor?
No, nothing definite. Might go to Tibet.
Tibet?
That forbidden land where the foreign devil is not permitted to set foot, unless he is one of 4,000 writers with camera and ballpoint pen who goes home and writes a book on how impossible it would be for anybody else to do what he did.
Well, personally, I wouldn't go any place I had to get to on a high llama.
Don't you mean a low llama, Vicky? You visit the high one. Before you ride off into the sunset, Professor, I want to ask a favor. You will help Professor Dickinson get acquainted with your department, won't you? You know, he's just getting settled, and there'll be a lot you can tell him.
Yes, there's plenty I could tell Professor Dickinson, if he'd listen. But he's not interested in my ideas, and frankly, I don't like his either.
Well, since you put it that way, frankly, perhaps it's just as well to skip it.
It is just as well. We'd wind up behind the science building at dawn. Pistols for 2 and breakfast for 1. I've taken up enough of your evening. Just hand me my coat and mittens and I'll be on the way.
Yes, here you are.
Thank you. No, Mrs. Hall, don't come to the door. You'll freeze. Good night.
Good night.
Professor
Don't
Warren.
forget about Saturday, Doctor, about 7.
Oh, thanks very much. We'll be looking forward to it.
Good night.
Good night.
I love that man. But he never stays put. He just gets started talking and then he pops out and runs off.
Now, you know, I never dreamt it was possible that Warren could reconcile himself to retirement so easily. He's an old war horse, and I thought he'd die rather than leave his stable.
Oh, Toddy, here's the Santillana he's forgotten to take.
Oh, you better give it to me. I'll drop it by his house. Now, where did I put my overshoes?
Oh, you're not going out in this weather.
Yes, I am. I've been thinking seriously about those banquets on buns, those Warren burgers. And I've come to a decision.
Oh, well, that's quite different. Make it do with everything, darling. You hurry back.
So, you forgot your key again, huh?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I thought it was the professor. Who is it?
Isn't Professor Warren in?
You haven't answered my question yet. Who are you?
Well, I'm Dr. Hall, Miss Burgess.
Oh, that's different. I know you. Come in, Doctor. I thought the professor was over to your house.
Well, he was. I thought he was coming back here.
Oh, that man out gallivanting around the town for half the night again. He'll catch his death. For the last month, he's been wandering around Ivy at all hours of the night like he'd never seen it before.
Professor Warren has a deep affection for Ivy.
Then why are you throwing him out?
Good heavens, we're not throwing him out, Miss Burgess. None of us want to see him go. But after all, how can you blame him for wanting to travel and see some of the world now that he has the freedom to do so?
See the world? Why, he hasn't even got bus fare from here to Kansas City.
He hasn't? Well, since you know so much about him, perhaps you can tell me what his real plans are.
He's moving in with his sister and her no-good husband up at Rock County. He's got no place else to go. Do you think he's too old for his job, too?
No. He's merely too old for our regulations. Well, that needn't mean the end of things. There's a place for him here at Ivy. He can be a visiting professor as long as he'll stay. But you know as well as we do that nobody's ever been able to force him to do anything. It must be his choice.
Well, I know one thing. He can't just sit here looking out the window at the cemetery where he'll be buried someday. Only he won't be buried. Says he wants to be cremated in Emerson Hall.
Cremated in Emerson Hall?
Yes. Oh. Says it'll be the first time he was ever warm in that building.
When there's beer on your mind, your best thought is Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. More people like the taste of Schlitz than any other beer. That's why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America.
It was Goethe, the great poet of a bygone day, who said, one ought, every day at least, to hear a little song, read a good poem, see a fine picture, and, if it were possible, to speak a few reasonable words. Well, taking our cue from Mr. Goethe, let's speak a few reasonable words on the subject of beer. In beer, as in a poem, a picture, or a song, there can be no substitute for quality. And there can be no higher tribute to the quality of Schlitz beer than this. So many people like the taste of Schlitz so well that they've made it the largest selling beer in America. Yes, the taste of Schlitz is winning more and more new friends every day. So if it's been some time since you've tasted Schlitz beer, you owe yourself that pleasure again. Next time, ask for Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Then you, too, will discover it has to be fine to be first.
That surround us here today.
As we return to Ivy, Dr. and Mrs. Hall are the dinner guests of Professor Warren at a roadhouse a few miles outside of town.
How am I doing, Mrs. Hall? Bet you didn't know I danced so divinely, did you?
This is the first chance you've given me to find out.
Well, it's not something I usually talk about, but I once wanted to be a ballet dancer. Twinkle Toes Warren, the boy in the velvet pants.
You paint a lovely picture. What stopped you?
Too many feet. In a more rational moment, I swapped my patent leather pumps for a set of Plutarch.
Oh, what happened to the boy who got the pumps?
He owns a filling station outside of Baltimore. That's fate, I guess. If you're born to the pumps, you're going to get them. Oh, say, I'm sorry that's over. Dibs on the next waltz, Mrs. Hall.
By all odds, the most talented couple on the floor.
There was a time, Dr. Hall, when Irene Castle was my favorite dancer. But in her foxiest trot days, she couldn't hold a candle to your wife.
Oh, Irene Castle, how long ago was that?
Oh, don't ask me for any contemporary dates, Mrs. Hall. Dates, I mean. If you asked me for those of Constantine and Theodosius, I could give them to you. But as far as my own personal chronicle goes, I don't even know what year I was born.
What, you do... Oh, wait a minute. Then how do you know you're 65?
I don't. Never had a birth certificate. Or if I did, I lost it. During the First World War, when I had to produce one, I discovered that the town hall of Centerville, Ohio, had long since burned down. So I just picked a good round birth year, and now I'm stuck with it. Looks like it was not a winning number either.
Oh, I'm not so sure. Professor, you've just set your clock back. I'll take this up with the Board of Governors tomorrow. For all anybody knows, you're a boy of 21.
Well, thanks, Doctor. Thank you very much, but it's no good. I don't think I'd enjoy borrowed time.
Time is community property. Help yourself.
No, I appreciate your good intentions, but you don't know how well off you're going to be without me. This Professor Dickinson. There's a boy you won't have any trouble with. He'll go to all the teas, make all the proper little speeches, be nice to all the right people.
All the social amenities here are well enough taken care of, but the heart of Ivy is the classroom. And that's where your heart has always been.
Right now, my heart's in the Highlands.
Boy, you told us you were going to Mexico City or all points south.
Well, I've changed my plans again. I've decided to go down to Rio first. Thought I might get myself a cabana on the beach and just bask in the sun. Funny thing, I don't believe I've ever basked.
Well, I admit the prospect is very attractive with all the snow we've had this winter.
Well, when you're approaching winter yourself, that's the time you start looking for summer everywhere. That's why I'm heading south. Say, I'm a fine host, spending the whole evening talking about myself. Here, let me fill your glasses. It's milk from Contented Vineyards.
Thank
you. Well, here's a toast. Courtesy of Thoreau. To him whose elastic and vigorous thought keeps pace with the sun, the day is a perpetual morning.
Good morning, everybody. Bottoms up. Dr. Hall, may I please have this dance?
Of course, darling. Will you excuse us, Professor?
Well, this one you may have, Doctor. But remember, the waltz is mine.
Toddy, we can't let him leave Ivy.
Yes, but how to make him stay?
Yes, if only he weren't being so gay about it all. They'd much more like him to get into a fury at you and Ivy and everybody letting him go.
We don't want to let him go. We're only... Vicky, that's the answer. You've given me the only good idea I've had all day. You think they'd throw us out if I kissed you?
Well, if they do, you can kiss me again on the sidewalk.
Excuse me, Professor. I'm on the phone, Vicky. Yes, go ahead, Professor Dickinson. And what did he say? He did? Well, so far, so good. You've been very cooperative, Professor, and we're all obliged to you. As long as you're willing to be the heavy, I think we can make Professor Warren see the light. Yes, I'll let you know. Goodbye. Vicky, I think we're in for a big win.
That's what we wanted, wasn't it? But we still don't know which way it's going to blow.
Dickinson's already got the first blast, and it came from the expected direction. He said it was a real twister.
Oh, by the way, darling, you wanted me to remind you. Did you send the telegram?
Which one?
For the 100th anniversary of Northwestern University.
Oh, yes, I sent one to Rocky Miller, and one to President Daniel Marsh of Boston University. It's his silver anniversary, and he's retiring.
What'd you say? Did you quote Washington's farewell to his men? Quote, "So long, fellas," unquote?
No. I said, and I quote, "Dear Dan, hail and farewell on your silver anniversary. Expect you to be snapped up immediately by private industry as the inventor of a silver product that can never be tarnished. Warmest regards, Bill Hall."
Oh, that's nice. Yes. I'll get it.
Yes? Good morning. I'd like to see the president. I'm Miss Burgess. You're Mrs. Hall. Pleased to meet you. Heard a lot about you. All good.
William, there's someone here.
Oh, Miss Burgess. Well, good morning. Won't you sit down?
I've just come over to let you know that the professor's leaving on the 3 o'clock train today. You've got to stop him.
Miss Burgess, that's exactly what we're hoping to do.
Hope never stopped a railway train. Are you just going to sit back here and do nothing?
Well, Professor Warren has an excellent mind of his own. And now we'll undoubtedly hear him speak a piece of that mind.
You mean he's here?
Unless the wind's changed, he's at the door right now.
Vicky, you and Mrs. Burgess run for cover.
Yes, come into the kitchen with me until the weather clears up. That's a local service.
Well, Professor Warren, come in.
You might as well know it, Dr. Hall. I have a ticket on the 3 o'clock train out of here today. But something happened this morning. A thing called Dickinson.
No, something happened to Professor Dickinson?
Something happened? The man's lost his mind. Have you any idea what that lemonhead is planning to do to my history department?
Yes, I'm aware of his plan.
You're not going to let him get away with it?
I don't understand what you mean. I have the highest esteem for Professor Dickinson, both as a scholar and as an administrator.
Oh, you have you?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's your job, I guess. You got to please everybody. Professional etiquette. But I don't work here anymore, and I can speak my mind. If that man goes ahead with what he's doing, well, that's the end.
If you think it's that serious, Professor, I think you should give me more specific reasons.
He's chopping the whole curriculum up into little bitty pieces. There isn't one single class to put them all together so they make any sense. What's history? History is continuity. Some people claim that history is a bunch of lies agreed upon, and maybe it is. But even so, without continuity, without relevance, history is a bunch of dates on cornerstones and names on tombstones.
Oh, yes, I know that, Professor, and I don't believe Dickinson would have any quarrel with it.
And why hasn't he scheduled at least one class on the meaning and interpretation of history?
Oh, as I understand it, he is omitting such a class at the present, primarily because there is no one available here to teach it. Accordingly, he is going to concentrate on a more thorough grounding in the basic source material.
Source material, my Aunt Mabel's bustle. I know what he's really up to. He's a Toynbee man. Well, I'm not.
Now, don't sell Toynbee short. He's probably the outstanding historian of our time.
I didn't say he wasn't any good. Just don't agree with him. And I'd hate to see Ivy's history department represent only one point of view. That's not learning, it's memorizing.
Well, I don't want any department at Ivy to present only one point of view.
Well.
However, if there is no one here to replace you and your approach, I can't expect him to teach history your way.
Well, he's got 3 men in that department that could take over.
They already have assignments.
Oh, they have?
Uh-huh.
So Dickinson is going to muzzle them with that source material nonsense of his. You think I'd enjoy basking on the beach at Rio knowing this was going on? That the kids here were only getting one side of a subject? Your offer still go?
Of course. I've never withdrawn it.
I can stay on? No permanent status? No strings attached?
That's right.
All right, then, I'm back.
Welcome home, my friend. I'll tell Dickinson to schedule your course, but naturally I won't say anything about your opinion of his ideas.
You won't have to. He knows him. Now I'm off. Got to beat it down at the station and get a refund on my ticket. The fare to South America, you know, is not just coat hangers.
Goodbye, Professor.
So long. Say hello to Mrs. Hall. Last evening was very pleasant. I wish I could say as much for this morning. Dickinson is a lousy dancer.
I couldn't hear everything, Toddy, but he certainly sounded angry.
He got so angry, he decided to stay here at Ivy.
How do you feel?
Ruthless, conniving, despicable, and delighted.
Oh, I can't tell you how glad I am, Doctor. The professor sounded like his old self. He hasn't hollered that loud in a whole year. How'd you ever do it?
Oh, I just went back 65 years in my time machine.
Yes, burned down the city hall in Centerville, Ohio, with all the birth records.
Doctor, for a firebug, you burn a real hot match.
Thank you, Miss Burgess. Officiating at the accouchement of Professor Warren's new birth date makes me feel a little like a statistical midwife, but I'm glad he'll spend his newfound youth with us. It seems, as Sir Walter Raleigh said, that history has triumphed over time.
When there's beer on your mind, your best thought is Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. More people like the taste of Schlitz than any other beer. That's why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America.
Here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Verna Felton, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Sidney Miller. Tonight's script was written by Barbara and Milton Merlin and Don Quinn. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolfe, and presented transcribed by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who invites you to enjoy the Pulitzer Prize Playhouse on television on Friday nights. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, L.B. Allman, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Someone once said that in the spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love. And that's the way it's been ever since time began. Even in 43 B.C., when lovely Cleopatra bestowed a kiss upon the feverish lips of Mark Antony, Mark was moved to say,
Ah, Cleopatra, that kiss sent 1,000 doves fluttering through my heart.
And in the 16th century, when Juliet pressed a kiss upon Romeo's lips, Romeo was moved to say,
Oh, Juliet, thy kiss has sent my heart a-fluttering like unto the strings of yonder harpsichord.
And in the 20th century, when Betty Colby impulsively placed an impassioned kiss upon the lips of her boyfriend, Mel Blanc, Mel was moved to say,
Fresh.
Yes, that's Mel Blanc, folks. Suave, sophisticated, and semi-conscious. So let's look in on Mel and Betty and Mel's Fix-It Shop as they discuss their future. And as usual, it's Betty who takes the initiative.
Just think, Mel, soon it'll be June and the two of us will be married.
That's nice. I wonder who we'll marry.
Me, of course. And later on, you'll be a father. Mel, what do you think of that? How many children would you like to have?
Well, 3.
Why do you pick 3?
I'd like to have one of each. A boy, a girl, and something that looks like your father.
Now, don't talk that way about Father Mel. He's been very nice to you lately, and I have a feeling he may let us become engaged.
Gosh, Betty, I've always dreamed of having our own home. We'll have a home just like the rich. Even the towels will be marked yours and mine.
Oh, but, Mel, isn't that extravagant?
No, the top half will be yours and the bottom half will be mine.
Well, Mel, as long as we're talking about marriage, why don't you ask Father for his consent today?
Well, I don't know, Betty. Every time I bring it up, your father kicks me right in the middle of the subject. I don't mind telling you it's becoming a very sore subject.
Well, stop worrying, darling.
Oh, hello, Betty.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Mel.
Hello, Mr. Colby. Mr. Colby, I want to marry your daughter.
You want to marry my daughter. You want to marry my daughter. You want to marry my daughter.
Not all of us, Mr. Colby, just me.
Well, I don't know, Mel. After all, Betty's used to the best. And I don't want her to live in a crummy, run-down place.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Colby. As soon as we're married, she'll move right out of your house.
What? Oh, listen, you idiot. You realize what it cost me to support a girl like Betty? $10 for shoes, $20 for hats, $50 for dresses, $75 for... wait a minute. Yes, Mel. You and Betty have waited long enough. Yes, you can get married right away with my blessing.
Well, Mr. Colby, don't give in so fast. Maybe I'm not good enough for Betty. Maybe...
Now, listen, you nincompoop. For years you've been asking me. Now you marry my daughter or I'll break every bone in your body. And we'll announce the engagement tonight at the party honoring Cousin Dottie's arrival.
Tonight? Oh, gosh, I'm so happy I could kiss anybody.
You could?
Yeah.
Oh, Mel Blanc, get your hands off me. Oh, my baby getting married. I'm losing a daughter. I'm losing a daughter.
Well, don't think of it that way, Mr. Colby. You're not losing a daughter. You're gaining a son. Me.
Oh, no!
Say, Betty, that cousin Dottie your father spoke about, is that the one from New York?
Oh, yes, Mel, and I better go on home. She should be here soon.
Oh, you mean the man-crazy one? The one who walks around with a marriage license made out to her and to whom it may concern?
Yes, and you be careful.
Oh, don't worry, Betty. I'm all yours, sugar pie.
Well, I'll see you tonight at the party, darling. Bye.
Bye. Oh, gosh. Betty and I finally getting married. And this time nothing will come between us.
Oh, hello, tall, dark, and so what? So you ain't handsome.
Huh?
I'm Cousin Dottie. I was up to Betty's house, and they told me Betty would be here, but... Oh, I see you're here alone.
Well, Betty went down to the supermarket. Now, that's 4 blocks south, and then you turn left.
If I want directions, I'll go to the auto club. Oh, so you're Mel Blanc. Oh, the boyfriend of my nearest, dearest, and darlingest cousin. What do you see in her anyway?
Well...
You know, you and me can make beautiful music together.
We could? What instrument do you play?
You're a regular St. Bernard Shaw. Why can't I get a man like you?
Oh, don't worry, Cousin Dottie. You'll find someone. You know there's a girl for every man and a man for every girl, and you can't improve that arrangement.
I don't want to improve it. I just want to get in on it. You know, I don't go for just anybody. The body's got to be on a man. You're just my type. 2 eyes and 2 ears.
Well, Cousin Dottie, there's something I think you ought to know.
Yes? What is it?
At your party tonight, I'm going to announce my engagement.
Oh, no, not really.
Dottie, very soon you and I will be related by marriage.
I accept.
You what?
I accept. Oh, how wonderful. At last I'm engaged.
No, I mean...
I ain't here over 5 minutes, and already I draw a blank. Come on, lover.
But wait a minute. Come back here. Hey, what happened? I was sitting here minding my own business, and now I'm engaged to 2 girls. I'm worse than a bigamist. I'm an engagemist.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now the sportsman, Victor Miller, and the orchestra with their arrangement of At Sundown.
Every little breeze is sighing of love undying at sundown. Every little bird is resting and feather nesting at sundown. Each little rosebud is sleeping while the purple shadows are creeping. In a little cottage cozy, the world seems rosy at sundown.
Where a loving smile will greet me and always greet me.
Just about at sundown, I seem to sigh, I'm in heaven above. When the night is falling and love is calling me home, sweet home. Every little breeze is sighing and love is undying at sundown. Every little bird is resting and feather nesting at sundown. Each little rosebud is sleeping, sleeping while the purple shadows are creeping. I seem to sigh, I'm in heaven above. When the shades of night are falling and love is calling me. Love is calling me home.
Well, back to Mel Blanc. Mr. Colby agreed to announce Mel's engagement to his daughter Betty at a party for Cousin Dottie. But Cousin Dottie mistakenly thought Mel was proposing to her and also accepted. Now Mel is engaged to both of them, and poor Mel is going crazy trying to figure out how to straighten out the mix-up. Now, to add to his wounds, here comes Hartley Benson, the town Beau Brummel.
Oh, hello, Hartley. What's on your mind?
The usual thing, great big, adorable me. In fact, Mel, I'm so enchanting, women follow me panting.
Say, Hartley, you're just the guy to help me with my problem. I'm engaged to 2 women at the same time.
Mel, old boy, that is no problem. I'm engaged to 9 different girls and going out with 9 others.
Well, doesn't that make the 9 girls you're engaged to angry?
Of course not. They're happy they made the first team.
Gosh, maybe you can take Cousin Dottie off my hands.
Well, tell her to come around next week. I'm holding spring tryouts.
What conceit. What's so wonderful about Hartley Benson?
Don't ask me. Ask the woman who owns one. With women who know men best, it's Benson. 2 to 1.
Listen to this guy rave.
Why, Mel, I tell you, it's even got out of hand. Last week I went to the flower show. Oh, was I embarrassed.
Why?
I won first prize.
I didn't even know they allowed poison ivy in the show.
Listen, Mel, you just made me very happy to deliver this message. Cousin Dottie told Betty's father about her engagement, and Mr. Colby said if you don't square things immediately, he's going to break every bone in your body. He would have broken you in half already, except for one thing.
Well, what's that?
He doesn't want 2 of you around the house. Well, so long, Mel, old boy. Nice seeing me.
What a character. He gets women to kiss him. Sure, he's tall, dark, and handsome. That's no trick. The trick is to look like me and get women to kiss him. Hey, that's impossible. Oh, Mr. Colby's going to break every bone in my body if I don't get rid of Cousin Dottie. But getting rid of her is even more impossible. Well, here comes Mr. Cushing. Maybe he can help me.
Hello, Brother Zebra.
Hello, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. How's your wife? In good shape?
Mel, the word is lump. As a matter of fact, her figure's a cross between a shape and a lump. A slump. You know, last night I did a little checking up on her. And just look at these measurements. 38.
Well, that's not bad.
Mel, that's her ankle. 26.
Well, that's better.
For her wrist? 48.
Well, that must be her waist.
Height. 68.
Now I know it's her waist.
Age. Well.
Can that be her waist?
Teeth.
Well, what about her waist?
None. Well, you know, when I married my wife, she had an hourglass figure. Now it's still glass, but it's more like a beer bottle. If I could get 2 cents back, I'd turn her in.
You sound a little disgusted, mighty potentate.
Well, the other day we were out taking pictures. My wife powdered her nose, she put on her hat, she smiled, and she said, "Oh, John, I'm ready. Shoot me." Dad, what a temptation. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just
You think you've got troubles, mighty potentate. Cousin Dottie says she's engaged to me, but if I don't marry Betty, Mr. Colby will kill me.
Then it's a case of getting married, having Mr. Colby kill you?
Yeah, what shall I do?
Mel, let Colby kill you. It's a good, clean death.
No, mighty potentate. Oh, how am I going to get out of my engagement to Dottie?
Mel, I just thought of it. Make Cousin Dottie believe that you're a desperate criminal, a killer. She'll break the engagement.
Gosh, that's the best idea I ever heard of how to get rid of a woman.
How do you like that? Now I get the idea. 20 years too late.
Why, mighty potentate? Oh, what a terrific idea. Now I better send Zuki up to tell Mr. Colby about it. Zuki! Zuki!
Suki, tell me what Mel said.
Well, he said he loves Betty. Thanks. And he wants to marry her and raise
children?
Chickens. No, children. And he said he hates Dottie in Morse code. He's going to tell Dottie that Mel is a killer. He's a gangster. He's going to make believe he's from Scotland Yard.
Did he say that?
Not in so many words.
Well, he better do a good job, because if he doesn't,
I know you'll break every bone in his You'll kill, you'll murt, you'll
Is there a doctor in the house?
Now, Betty, will you snap out of it? Try and enjoy the party. And forget that nincompoop. Well, you can always get a man.
I don't want a man. I want Mel Blanc.
I told you he has a plan. He's... here comes Cousin Dottie.
Oh, Uncle, what a lovely party. And who thought it would turn out to be my engagement party? I hope you'll both be very happy, Cousin Dottie.
Now, Dottie... After all, you've only known Mel a few minutes. Maybe he isn't the kind of man you'd want for a husband.
And that kind don't live. Where is he? I can't wait.
Footman and a Glockamora evening to you all. I am Inspector McGregor from Scotland Yard.
Oh, hello.
My, but you're a bonny lassie. You look just like Annie Laurie.
And who do I look like?
Peter Laurie. I was just joking, girl. You two are a bonny lassie, and you do look like Lassie. I told you, Inspector McGregor of Scotland Yard. I come on very important business. I'm here to track down that desperate, ruthless criminal, Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc, a criminal?
Aye.
Well, I'm engaged to him.
Oh, that's too bad. According to our files, Mel Blanc has been married 8 times, and he's killed all 8 of his wives.
Well, goodness, no husband is perfect.
And that's not all. He's wanted all over Scotland. He held up 10 banks, killed 45 policemen, and shot 72 men.
Well, what's he wanted for?
Carrying a gun without a license.
Well, I still love my Mel Z. I like him big and strong and powerful. The only thing I hate is a weakling.
A weakling, eh? Well, Hootman, and goodbye to all of you.
I don't know. Something's going wrong somewhere.
Oh, I'm so happy to know that Mel is the real He-Man. I was afraid he was a weakling. Oh, just think, a man. All for myself.
Come in.
Pardon me. I am from France.
Oh, I was wondering what you were going to do. From France, eh? What's your name?
Charlotte Rouge. I have just come from Paris. I came here to buy some American postcards.
Are you familiar with Rudy LePay and Momard?
Oh, but certainement. 2 lovely fellows. I am looking for my hairdresser, Mel Blanc. He is such a weakling.
Mel Blanc, a weakling?
But certainly, yes. He used to work in my beauty salon. He was in charge of plucking eyebrows.
He used to pluck eyebrows?
Well, he did not have quite enough strength for that. All he could do was loosen them. I'll never forget the day we lost him. He had a nervous breakdown.
Well, what happened?
John L. Lewis walked into the place. Take my advice, Dottie. Do not marry him. He will never...
Dottie! Mother!
I came just as fast as I got your telegram. I dropped the ring, the trousseau, and smelling salts for the groom. Where's the lucky boy?
I'm afraid he was too weak to come.
Oh, stop it, Nell. I knew it was you all the time.
What?
I was just letting you have your little joke until Mother came. Mother, this is my coming intended, Mel Blanc.
This?
Oh, don't look at the face, Mother. He's got a wonderful brain.
If he's intelligent, that's different. Pleased to meet you, son. Moron.
It's great to meet up with you, Story.
Dottie, come home with me. The engagement is off.
Oh, now, Mel Mel, my boy, I realized the whole thing was due to circumstances beyond your control.
Well, thanks, Mr. Colby. And Betty, how do you feel about it?
Oh, Mel, darling, you know I'll always love you.
Gee, thanks, Betty.
And now that we're engaged again, I've seen just the ring I want.
Well, that's nice.
And it's only $300.
Well, Mel, my boy, what do you say to that? Huh?
Mel, say something.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A smile that dazzles, a breath that's sweet, teeth that sparkle. What a thrill to have all three. Then try Colgate tooth powder, Colgate all-purpose tooth powder. Its rich, active foam gets into every corner of your mouth to sweeten your breath. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in your mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, you can't buy a dentifrice that does a better job than Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. So for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet, try Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, Mr. James Gallagher, the Sandhog, the Martins, and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time. And now, ladies, gents, in person, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, look, Jimmy, before we start, what was that in-person Fred Allen introduction? You know, brevity is all right in its place, but after all, you are not introducing a singer midget here.
Oh, didn't like? Too bad.
Now, Mr. Wallington, will you kindly stop sounding like a Scotch telegram for a minute? What goes on with you?
Fred, this is National Thrift Week. I'm merely being thrifty with your introduction and all my conversations. GB.
GB?
Goodbye.
Well, I know what's wrong with that guy. He's still sore about that award he got last week. The radio voice most likely to bring back the phonograph. Only 2 days ago, I paid to have a cavity in his molar filled so his commercials wouldn't have an echo, and this is the thanks I get. National Thrift Week. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hi, F.
Kenny. The initials are F.A.
Yes, F.
Kenny, don't tell me that you, too, are celebrating Thrift Week.
Yes, F.
Well, does this exhaust your conversation?
Yes, F. TV.
Well, before the whole program turns out to be a soliloquy, we'll take up the latest news of the week. Mr. Goodman, a fanfare, please. Well, thank you, Mr. Goodman, for that Thrift Week blast you just released there. However, the Texaco News presents its highlights from the world of news. New York City, New York. The National Retail Dry Goods Association of America names winner of its contest to select Mrs. Typical Customer of 1941. Mrs. Clementine Phil of La Crosse, Wisconsin, has given a free trip to New York City and an extended shopping tour as photographers, reporters, and dry goods tycoons tag along to study her reactions. Tonight, the Texaco News, not to be outdone, chronicles the doings of the winner of the Texaco News Average Man Contest. On January 15th, the Average Man Contest closed. On the morning of the 16th, the president of the Texaco News Contest Board announced,
Texaco News selects as Mr. Average Man for 1941, Aubrey Babbitt of Upper Sandusky, Ohio.
The telegram was rushed to Aubrey Babbitt, and the next morning, Aubrey said to his wife,
I gotta go to New York, Beulah. Goodbye.
And his wife said to Aubrey,
Goodbye.
Well, after this touching farewell, Aubrey Babbitt zipped up his duffel bag, was off to the nearest bus station on his way to fame and New York City. As Aubrey swung off the bus at Times Square with his duffel bag, he was surrounded by a battery of newspaper photographers.
There he is. Smile, Aubrey.
Yeah, I'm smiling.
Stand up, Aubrey.
Okay, I'll stand up.
Sit down, Aubrey.
Okay, I'll sit down.
Roll over, Aubrey.
Hey, wait up.
Aubrey was finally rescued by the Texaco News official greeter and packed off to a little hotel just off Times Square. Reporters and gossip columnists watched as Aubrey checked in. America would want to know what Mr. Average Man was going to want in the way of hotel rooms for 1941. Pencils and pads were ready as Aubrey, his duffel bag carelessly slung over his shoulder, approached the desk. The hotel clerk spoke.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I want a room.
An outside room?
If you got a room inside, I'd rather have it.
I see. You want water, of course?
Give me a room with a well.
Reporters rushed to phones with their first flashes on the coming trend. Mr. Average Man for 1941 wanted a room with a well. Every hotel in America would have to rip out its plumbing and install wells. As soon as Aubrey had unzipped his duffel bag, he was interviewed by a sob sister from one of New York's leading dailies.
What's your name, mister?
Aubrey Babbitt.
Where do you live?
Upper Sandusky, Ohio.
What business are you in, Mr. Babbitt?
I've been the Upper Sandusky muskrat catcher 9 years.
What do you do with the muskrat?
I don't know. I ain't caught one yet.
The instant this hangnail description of his life was finished, Aubrey was rushed away on a shopping tour. Reporters followed along to see what Mr. Average Man would wear in 1941. At New York's leading tailors, they heard Mr. Babbitt say,
give me a herringbone suit with a Norfolk jacket and 3 pair of pants.
3 pair of pants?
I got 2 brothers.
Now, you've got 3 pair of pants, 2 brothers, and only 1 jacket. How do you divide it up?
We take turns wearing the coat.
His suit purchased, the reporter scurried after Mr. Average Man to Macy's underwear department. Here, they heard him say.
Look, have you got one of them National Defense Union suits?
National Defense Union suit?
Yeah, it's double-breasted. It keeps out the draft.
Mr. Average Man had picked America's underwear. What about America's shoes? The reporters were all ears, as Mr. Babbitt said to the shoe dealer.
Okay, give me that high tan button shoe and that yellow sneaker.
Shall I wrap these, Mr. Babbitt?
No, put the shoe on my right foot. The sneaker goes on my left.
Do you always wear a shoe on your right foot and a sneaker on your left?
Yeah, you see, my right foot keeps falling asleep.
And with the sneaker on?
My left foot don't make no noise. My right foot can keep on sleeping.
America's shoe style set. Mr. Babbitt turned to the hat problem. The hat salesman said...
Here are the latest styles, Mr. Babbitt.
Now, let me see.
How would you like a beret?
No.
How would you like a derby?
No, my ears are too weak. The derby keeps slipping down.
Well, how would you like a Humber?
With onions.
After Mr. Average Man had set the sartorial styles for 1941, he stepped into a chain cigar store. The tobacco trade stood with bated breath. The tobacco auctioneer might be caught with his chants down. What would Mr. Average Man smoke for 1941? Without an instant's hesitation, Aubrey said.
Give me a good 5-cent cigar.
This is a chain store, sir. The 5-cent cigars are 4 cents.
So, how much are the 10-cent cigars?
8 cents each, $2.15.
Have you got any cigars? The 3 for 15?
Yes, sir. The 9-cent Panatellas, which are 6 cents straight, sell 3 for 15.
Well, here's a nickel. Give me one of them.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't break up a set.
Well, what can you get for a nickel in a cigar store today?
A phone call. The booth is to your left.
Mr. Average Man finally gave up, and as he left the tobacco mart, he was heard to say...
what this country needs is a good 5-cent cigar that sells for 5 cents.
Mr. Average Man finally enjoyed a short smoke on a butty snipe when the press wasn't looking. Then he was off pell-mell to a show. As he stepped out of the theater where he had just seen a rousing, rip-roaring performance of Hamlet, one of the reporters said...
How did you like Hamlet, Mr. Babbitt?
If you guys didn't have a half Nelson on me, I'd have gone to Minsky's.
Later that night, after he made the round of stuffy New York nightclubs, Mr. Average Man turned to the reporters and said...
excuse me, I'm going down into this sewer and get some fresh air.
Since America wanted to know how Mr. Average Man reacted to street mendicants, a panhandler was asked to approach our hero. The panhandler oozed up to Aubrey and whined...
Hey, buddy, will you give me a dime for a cup of coffee? No, thanks. I never drink coffee this late. It keeps me awake.
And with this, Mr. Average Man was off to bed. The next morning, his tour finished, he was bustled onto a bus, eager and anxious to return to his simple average American home in Upper Sandusky, Ohio. As the bus pulled out, the Herald Tribune reporter, eager for a last word from Mr. Average Man for 1941, shouted,
How did you like New York?
And Aubrey Babbitt of Upper Sandusky, Ohio, proved beyond a doubt that he was Mr. Average Man when he made this scintillating reply.
New York is all right to visit, but I wouldn't live here on a bet, Lord.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker, who is above the average in his melodic profession, stalks to his personal microphone to sing I Hear a Rhapsody.
So blue when you're away. hear a rhapsody. I don't hear a call at all. I hear a rhapsody. You're smiling at me, then soft through the starlit sky. I hear a rhapsody. My days are so blue when you're away. My heart longs for you, so won't you stay, my darling, hold me tight and whisper to me, then soft through a starry night.
Swell, Kenny. Say, Jimmy.
Yes, Fred?
Say, I meant to ask you before, what is that dangling on your wrist there? A new kind of wristwatch?
Oh, no, this is a radio, Fred.
That little thing, a radio?
Yes, it's the latest thing out. It's the smallest portable radio in the world.
Gosh, a radio that small? It looks as though if you tuned in Amos and Andy, you'd only get Amos on a thing that small. If you listen to the Lone Ranger, you'd only get Hi-Ho. They'd have to mail you the silver, I mean.
Oh, no. This radio really works, Fred. I'll tune in and show you, huh?
Well, that's as nice a static concert as I've ever heard, Jimmy.
I'm getting something now. Wait a minute. Oh, shucks. Guess it won't work tonight. One of the tubes must be a dud.
Well, that is the smallest dud I have ever heard of, Mr. Wallington.
Yes, Fred. But even a small dud can cause trouble. You see, Fred, just as this dud tube ruined my reception, it's the duds, those useless, slow-action elements in gasoline, that are responsible for those slow starts that wear down your battery on cold days. Duds deaden those few ounces of chilled gasoline, which are all your carburetor holds, all your motor depends on for a quick start. It's because duds just won't take the spark that starters grind, and batteries take a beating. So it's good news for driver and battery both that there are no duds in Texaco Fire Chief. They're out. All out. Removed by a special refining process. That's why Fire Chief comes through with flashing starts, powerful acceleration, quick warm-ups. For cold weather dependability, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. It's all action, not a dud in a tank full.
don't bow too far over, Mr. Goodman. Your bridge, remember. It slips out of the Mr. Goodman and his musette ensemble have just played Andalusia from the Spanish province of the same name. And now, ladies and gentlemen, come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
I did it again, and I'm glad. You remember me?
Yes, I do have the misfortune to remember you. You are the sound man.
Yeah.
Now, last week you busted in here yelling, I'm glad, and that you wanted to see what the other side of your door looked like.
That's right.
Well, what is it you want tonight?
Did any fan mail come in for me?
No. Now, are you glad?
Oh, I'm sad.
What a program. The sound man wants fan mail, a crying sound man. The next thing, the man who sweeps up the studio will want billing. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, our guest... Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello. Can I use your microphone for a minute?
For what?
I want to make an important announcement.
An announcement about what?
The March of Dimes.
Oh, for the Infantile Paralysis Fund?
Yes. I want to remind everybody to send their dimes in right away.
Oh, are you on the March of Dimes committee?
Yes. I'm also on the anti-noise committee.
Oh, well, that's fine. And now our guest...
We're going to make New York 100% quiet.
Good. Well, you can help the cause by piping down right now.
We're going to make stealth bowling alleys so you can't hear a pin drop.
Now, look, Portland,
We're going to make all bookstores take the din out of Gunga Din.
Well, that's very nice, but at the moment
And we're going to take all the noise out of nursery rhymes.
The noise out of nursery rhymes? Well, how do you mean?
Well, in Little Boy Blue, he's not going to blow his horn.
You mean the Anti-Noise League is going to rewrite Little Boy Blue so that he doesn't blow his horn? Well, how is it going to sound?
I'll show you. Little Boy Blue, come beck in your sheep. Don't blow your horn, not even a peep. Tell your sheep to come tiptoe out of the thicket. If they make any noise, will you get a ticket?
Well, that's a good anti-noise poem. There's no noise after it. I mean, well, you can always get the hint, you know. We never hint. You misunderstood the whole thing there. Have you finished, Portland?
Yes.
Good. Now, please tell me, who is our guest tonight?
He's a sandhog.
A sandhog? You mean he's one of the men who has helped to build the tunnels under New York and the Hudson River?
That's right. Mr. Allen, meet the president of the Sandhog Union, Mr. James Gallagher.
Well, that's fine. Oh, good evening. Good evening, Mr. Gallagher.
Good evening, Fred.
I've always been interested in your colorful profession, Mr. Gallagher. Now, Uncle Jim tells me that officially you are the president of Local 147 of the Compressed Air and Free Air Tunnels, Foundations, Caisson, Subway Sewer, Cofferdam Construction Workers Union.
I am, Fred.
But boiled down, it comes out...
The Sandhogs Union.
The Sandhogs Union. Well, before we go any farther, Mr. Gallagher, what is a sandhog?
Any man who works on the compressed air, where he is a carpenter, miner, welder, is a sandhog, Fred.
And all tunnel work is done under compressed air.
That is right.
Well, is this because most of the tunnels here in New York City are built under rivers?
Yes, for men are digging a hole through the mud. The compressed air keeps the mud from pouring in on them.
Oh, I see. The compressed air at a certain pressure holds the mud back and it can't come in the excavation. Well, working under that air pressure must be a dangerous business.
Yes, it is, Fred. There are only about 2,000 sandhogs in the entire country.
And how long have you been plying this perilous trade, Mr. Gallagher?
26 years.
26 years. Well, what are some of the subterranean projects you have helped to complete around Manhattan?
I worked on the Holland Tunnel, the Lincoln Tunnel, and the Queens Midtown Tunnel.
What about the subways?
I worked on the 6th Avenue, 7th, and 8th Avenue subway tunnels.
6th Say, you've been in holes more often than Dick Tracy, haven't you? Well, tell me, how do you go about building a tunnel? I mean, after the politicians get through arguing about the cost, and you fellas really get down to work.
Well, first we sink a shaft on one end of the river. On the bottom, we install the shield, and the sandhogs work in.
The sandhogs work in a shield? Well, what is this shield?
It's a long tube of iron, as wide as a tunnel, with a cutting edge on one end, pushed forward by hydraulic jacks.
And as the sandhogs dig, they push this shield ahead of them. Is that
yes,
right?
Fred. Until the tunnel is finally cut through.
Well, how fast does this shield move ahead?
They average about 2 1/2 foot every 4 hours.
Or say 2.5 feet every 4 hours. Why, that's faster than the traffic goes through the tunnel when you've got it finished.
Yes, Fred.
Well, do you always work under compressed air in the shield?
Yes, Fred. And the work goes on 24 hours a day.
Well, tell me, how long can you work down there?
A sandhog usually works 3 hours a day and 2 shifts.
3 hours a day and 2 shifts. An hour-and-a-half shift, I guess. And how much time does he have in between shifts to recuperate?
4 hours.
4? Well, is the air difficult to breathe?
No, it is just the opposite. Compressed air makes you work hard and very fast, but it knocks you out very quickly.
Well, tell me, can a worker come right out of compressed air into normal ozone, or is that physically impossible, Mr. Gallagher?
It is, Fred. After a man quits work, he has to stay in the decompression chamber for 3/4 of an hour.
Well, what would happen if a sandhog strolled out before his decompression time was up?
He probably gets a bend or some other compressed air illness.
Well, no wonder there are only 2,000 sandhogs in the entire country, rather. You have to be a superman to even start to do this work.
The sandhogs is proud of its profession, Fred. All of us in the union are always trying to make working conditions safer. But it's part of our job to take chances.
Well, I hope eventually your union will get things so well organized underground, Mr. Gallagher, that even the moles down there will be carrying union cards.
Thanks, Fred.
You know, there's one thing about tunnel building that has always mystified me, Mr. Gallagher.
What is that, Fred?
Well, when you fellas dig a tunnel now, you don't start from one side and work across, do you?
No, we start at the bottom end and meet in the middle.
Well, that's what baffles me, you see. How is it that you never miss?
What do you mean?
Well, when you dug the Holland Tunnel, for instance, how was it your two gangs didn't pass each other? Now, how come one group of sandhogs didn't wind up in Hoboken and the other boys come out in Gimbel's basement? How did you both manage to meet at a given spot under the river?
The engineers have all figured out, Fred. We have never been off more than 1/4 of an inch.
Well, that's just what we do in radio, Mr. Gallagher. You and I have finished our interview, and here we are. We're only off 1/4 of a minute.
Is that good?
It's phenomenal, Mr. Gallagher. And thank you a lot for this brief glimpse into your fascinating profession. You know, it's curious to think that for 20 years, you and I have, in a way, both been doing the same thing.
How is that, Fred?
Well, you as a sandhog have been making tunnels while I've been working as a comedian. But all our lives, we've both been boring for a living.
Good night, Fred.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, the Martins, an assortment of boys and girls, banded together for the sole purpose of advancing swing, further their crusade with a Hugh Martin version of La Cucaracha.
Through the courtesy of Texaco, here's a story told in Mexico. It's a song they always feature there. About a funny little creature there, la cucaracha, la cucaracha. Ya no puede caminar, porque no tiene, porque le falta. Cigarettes escape from mar. Once a happy cucaracha, now he doesn't feel so hot-cha. He's a very sad and dead of a car. He wants to be a jitterbug. Do-do-do-da-dit, do-do-do-da-dit. Ho, 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 he got him in a knot. Do-do-do-da-dit, do-do-do-da-dit. He blew it loud and high. La cucaracha camina, porque no tiene, porque la falta, cigarretas que fumar. He was glamorous with a buzz, and was always in demand. He gathered in all the jitterbugs and organized an insect band. La cucaracha, down the networks now. Cause Major Bowles was on his toes, but they were wild. So tune in on this station next week at 9:30. The Major Bowles amateur of the month is La Cucaracha. La Cucaracha. Wait and watch for Cucaracha.
Martin sing La Cucaracha from the Flit Parade, number 7 on the Flit Parade. And now...
pardon me, Mr. Allen. May I see you a moment? It's a matter of life and death.
Life and death?
Yes, here's my card.
Oh, your card? This is your very own card,
Yes.
Let me see. The print is so small. Would you, Cuthbert C. Clabber, Vice President in charge of publicity, Conglomerated Kerosene Lamp Companies of America.
Yes.
Well, what has this got to do with life and death?
Well, ever since those pesky electric lights came in, Mr. Allen, the kerosene lamp business has been dying.
Yeah.
You and only you can bring it back to life.
Well, how?
By giving the kerosene lamp publicity, Mr. Allen. You told a joke about a zipper one week. Zippers went right to the top. You mentioned pogo sticks. Pogo sticks went ahead by leaps and bounds. Now, if you'd only tell a few jokes about lamps, we'll burn them up.
No, I'm sorry. I see your point. I'd like to talk it over with you during the weekend, but I have to say no, friend. And I'll tell you why, Mr. Clabber. We try to keep our jokes up to date around here. Now, we don't tell jokes about mustache cups or buggy whips, and your smoky old kerosene lamp kind of falls into the same category. It doesn't mean a thing.
Oh, I'd like to differ with you, Fred.
Oh, you would, Mr. Wallington?
Yes, I certainly would, Fred.
Well, differ then.
In smoking lamps and smoking automobiles, there is a lesson all motorists should heed. Smoke means trouble. For smoke puffing from the exhaust pipe of a car can be a sign of excessive engine wear. Then things have gone too far for anything but a costly repair job to correct. So if you value your car, don't let it become a smoker. Change now to insulated Haviland motor oil and help reduce excessive wear in your engine. Wear due to heat, wear due to cold, and wear due to oil impurities. For Haviland stands up under today's high engine temperatures, which can break down ordinary oils and accelerate wear. It flows freely, too, at low temperatures, sparing engines the friction and wear of cold starts. Insulated Haviland is also distilled to remove carbon-forming impurities. Steer clear of smoke and trouble. Change to insulated Haviland at any Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues after a brief pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
That was You Walked By, a last-minute substitution for Frenessy. Played by Al Goodman and his gas station Grenadiers. And Mr. Goodman?
You are calling I Goodman?
Yes. Aye, Goodman, I am calling you. I just want to tell you how happy we are to have you back in the Texaco Star Theater after your absence on sick leave last week.
I, Goodman, in all sincerity, thanking you.
Well, that's all right. Don't mention it, Maestro.
Also for the fruit, Goodman is thanking you.
Say, it did look pretty, didn't it?
Looking, it is pretty, but tasting, it is fooey.
Well, don't tell me you ate that basket of fruit.
Goodman is eating 6 bananas.
But that was wax fruit, Maestro.
That I'm finding out suddenly on the 7th banana.
You found out that it was wax fruit? How?
The 7th banana I'm deciding to peel.
Well, it's a wonder you didn't get heartburn.
Heartburn I am getting. In Goodman's stomach, the 7 wax bananas are burning like candles.
Well, I'm sorry, Maestro. I didn't,
Welcome back, Mr. Goodman.
Thank you, Porty.
How do you feel?
Thanks to you, Porty, Goodman is better. This soup is doing the trick.
What soup?
Porty is sending me piping hot a container soup.
Mr. Goodman.
I am drinking it to the last drop.
But that wasn't soup.
Well, what did you send him?
A hot water bottle.
Not only hot, but delicious.
What a guy. He eats 7 wax bananas, drinks the water out of a hot water bottle, doesn't wait for his laugh. And no wonder you were sick.
This is making me sick. I was sick 2 days before already.
Were you very sick, Mr. Goodman?
24 hours a day, I'm sneezing. Day and night, an intern is standing by just saying Gesundheit.
Did you have many visitors?
Constantly it is visitors. Friends are coming in leaving fruit. Relatives are coming in eating it.
Well, how long did this mob keep running in, this vitamin-minded mob keep running in and out, Mr. Goodman?
Till Dr. Pincus is putting on the door a sign. Then Goodman is alone.
What does the sign say?
One word, Clementine.
Clementine?
Yes, a girl's name. It is fooling everybody. But inside that room is still Goodman.
Look, you mean quarantine, not Clementine, Maestro.
Quarantine, he says. It's a mouthwash.
Your night school teacher, Fosdick Feinschreiber, should be here now. Now, look, Mr. Goodman, when you have a contagious malady, a quarantine sign is put up on the door so that people will stay out.
Who's staying out? The first day, 2 Spaniards are coming in and sitting down.
2 Spaniards? What did they say?
When is the news real?
2 Spaniards came into your hospital room, sat down, and said, when is the news real? What was that?
Who knows? In Spanish, quarantine maybe means translux.
Well, that, of course, was an accident. After the quarantine sign was up, nobody came to see you on purpose.
Only Kenny Baker, my pal.
Kenny Baker? Well, I guess Kenny doesn't know what quarantine means.
Yes, he does. Kenny is deliberately trying to get sick, Mr. Allen.
Oh, that's silly. Why should he want to get sick?
Kenny saw all the sympathy and the presents Mr. Goodman got.
Imagine that guy going into Goodman's sick room.
He even got into Mr. Goodman's sick bed.
Trying to catch what Goodman had, huh?
Yes, but it didn't work. I guess Kenny is just too healthy.
Well, either that or Goodman's germs are too weak to go on location. Well, it serves Kenny right.
Hello, F.A.
Oh, hi, Kenny.
Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Porty. Epidemic weather, isn't it?
Well, what's epidemic about it? Fresh, crisp air?
How do I look? Pretty bad, huh?
Gosh, Kenny, I think you look wonderful.
That's a fine thing to tell an invalid.
An invalid? Why, you're in the pink of condition, Kenny. You look like a draft board's dream.
I do?
Why, you look as robust and as vigorous. Why, you could be, as you stand there now, you could be Benar McFadden as a little boy.
Gee, that's funny.
Why?
I feel good, too.
You ought to be happy, Kenny.
Has everybody got to catch a train or something? Yeah, you ought to be happy. Yes. How would you like to be Mr. Goodman, Kenny? Time out. If you go too fast, I have to waste the time some way. We'll all be standing around here for 8 minutes at the end of the program with nothing to do. never mind where we were. Where are we?
You ought to be happy, Kenny.
Yes, you should be happy. How would you like to be Mr. Goodman? Flat on his back all week.
30 years a musician. For the first time, Goodman is flat.
Quiet, please, Maestro.
You got your health, Kenny. What more do you want?
If I was sick, people would bring me presents.
Kenny Baker, you mean to say you're deliberately trying to get sick to get a few measly presents?
Who's deliberately trying?
You are. I saw you coming to the studio barefoot in all that snow.
Kenny.
Well, my shoes were wet, so I took them off. I didn't want to catch cold.
And he tried to catch ptomaine, too, Mr. Allen.
He did, hey? What did you eat, you infection beta?
Oh, nothing. Just a pickled small herring with whipped cream.
Who would serve you in this horrible combination?
The waiter was a friend of mine.
Kenny Baker, you are lying.
Just a minute. Who is insulting Kenny Baker, Goodman's best friend?
What do you mean, your best friend?
When I am sick, Kenny is taking care of me better than my own brother.
Your own brother, Mr. Goodman?
My own brother. That's for me. Come in. Hello, Joe.
Hello, Al.
Joe, when I was sick, you could take better care of me than Kenny Baker did?
No.
So long, Joe.
So long, Al.
There, that was my own brother.
You're afraid the podium will cool off, eh? You won't get back there in time. Your own brother. Let me tell you, Mr. Goodman, that actor with the 5 o'clock shadow on his scalp is related to anybody on this program who will give him half of a joke.
Why don't you tell Mr. Goodman the truth, Mr. Allen?
I shall. Mr. Goodman, look, Kenny was only hanging around you to catch your cold.
What's wrong with taking my cold? Could my own brother do more than that?
Your own brother?
My own brother.
Portland, please. Never mind. Don't open that door. Your point needs no illustration.
This with me is optional.
Don't you understand? Kenny didn't care about you or your condition. He just wanted to get sick himself so he could get some sympathy and some presents.
This Kenny Baker is true?
Yes, Mr. Goodman. I ought to go someplace and be ashamed of myself.
Hey, you see? Why, Kenny, you don't know how lucky you are in the pinker condition.
You're right, F.A. It's good to be healthy.
Say, wait a minute. You know, you don't look so good at that, now that I take a good look at you.
Gee, I don't?
No, your eyelids look heavy, Kenny.
Kenny looks all right to me.
Quiet, Portland. You know, Kenny, your face is positively pale. Stick out your tongue.
At who?
No. No, just stick it out on speculation.
All right, there.
Is it white?
Is it white? Your tongue looks like a ghost's necktie, Kenny. You are a sick man. Portland, you better rush out and call an ambulance.
All right, Mr. Allen.
When the ambulance comes, look under it and say hello to my lawyer.
One line you've got that gets a laugh, so you put a new verb in the middle. When the ambulance comes, looks under it. He gets lonesome looking under it alone. Well, quiet, Mr. Goodman. Now, Kenny...
Oh, wait a minute, F.A. I'm not sick,
Oh,
really.
yes, you are. You...
Honest, I'm not.
Now, don't talk so loud, Kenny. You're weak, remember. Conserve your strength.
No, I'm not weak. I'm strong.
Strong, he says.
I'll prove it. I'll get up on that bandstand and stand on my hands.
And not in your condition, Kenny. Now, don't be ridiculous. Come down from there.
I'll show you.
Gosh, Mr. Allen, Kenny is really standing on his hands.
Look, F.A.
Now, all right. Come down here. You're not sick. I just wanted to teach you a lesson.
Look, nothing holding me up but my 2 hands.
Now, come down before something happens. And watch out for those instruments.
Look, Mr. Allen, 1 hand.
Kenny, for Pete's sake.
Look, Mr. Allen, no hands. Look, Mr. Allen, no teeth.
And now, ladies Ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker, who has finally earned some sympathy, and for the next year will be visiting his dentist twice a day, gums his way through Drink to Me Only with Thine Eye. If I may wax rhapsodical, your singing tonight, Kenny, is as bracing as a winter wind, as smooth as snow, as slick as a sheet of ice.
Oh, stop it, will you, Alan? Cut out all that talk about winter. You're driving me bolty.
Bolty?
That's nutty with nubs on it.
What's your trouble, friend? Are you allergic to winter?
I hate winter. The very mention of the word gives me the droops. Snow and ice make my flesh crawl.
Oh, but even if you don't enjoy winter weather, friend, you can at least enjoy the winter sports.
Winter sports? What's skiing? You slide down and you climb up. What's skating? You stand up and you fall down. What's tobogganing? You stop down and you turn over. What's...
Well, we get the idea, neighbor. You just don't like winter. But regardless, there's one thing you should enjoy about winter if you drive a car.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
Our expert here on winter weather, Mr. Larry Elliott, will tell you. Just wait there a minute, friend.
Yes, neighbor, there is one thing a motorist enjoys on wintry days, and that is to step inside his car, slam the door on the outside cold, press the starter, and step right out under power. And Texaco dealers can promise you that kind of brilliant performance with Sky Chief, their different premium gasoline. Yes, stop at the Sky Chief pump. Let Sky Chief's flexible power, its surging response, be your answer to the weather. You want quick takeoffs? Sky Chief snaps your engine into life. Want fast acceleration? Sky Chief steps up the power output briskly, serenely. And that feeling of smooth, flowing power stays with you despite steep hills, despite slow traffic, and last but not least, despite low temperatures. For driving luxury this winter, try Sky Chief. It's your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they dramatized for you a Hollywood episode that was recently filched from the wastebasket of a prominent gossip columnist. This dull tableau is called They Almost Junked the Junket, or A Horse Was the Star of the Studio, so the studio hitched its wagon to the star. Music, maestro.
Hollywood, sanctum of glamour. Hollywood, land of broken hearts and promises to match. Hollywood, where stars are discovered and forgotten on the hour. In 1938, Hollywood's favorite was
Clark Gable.
In 1939,
Spencer Tracy.
In 1940,
Mickey Rooney.
And 1941,
Bucko, the horse.
Yes, Hollywood's new 1941 favorite is Titanic Pictures' sensational equine discovery, Bucko the Glamour Horse. Bucko is the talk of the nation. The dramatic critic on the Sioux Falls Banner says,
Yeah, nobody can tell me that Bucko's a horse. That's Lionel Barrymore down on all fours.
Jimmy Tidler, famous Hollywood critic, says,
I've just seen Bucko's new picture, Kitty Foal. I'm giving it 12 bells. Here goes.
Variety, prominent theatrical weekly, says,
Nag, gag, shags, bag, swag.
And so it goes. Rival picture producers are consumed with envy. Farrell Panic, famous movie mogul, says,
As soon as Bucko dies, we'll film the story of his life. I don't know who will play the part. We'll probably tack a tail on Don Amici and hope for the best.
And while Bucko basks in the limelight, we find his producer, the dynamic president of Titanic Pictures, rushing about the studio, planning greater triumphs for his horse star, Bucko. We pick up the colossal F.A., about to enter his super office.
Oh, good morning, Miss Reel.
Good morning, Chief.
Gad, what a day. I just ran off Bucko's new picture, Pony Express. It's the best thing Bucko has ever done.
Does Bucko screen well in Technicolor?
Colossal. He comes out a beautiful, dirty roan. With that henna fetlock, sorrel hocks, and those bay withers, Bucko looks like a fugitive from a merry-go-round.
Pony Express ought to be a smash, all right.
Say, that reminds me. Take a note.
Yes, Chief.
The title of Bucko's next picture, Haunted Saddles, has been changed.
What's the new title?
Love Thy Neigh.
Well, that's just like Love Thy Neighbor, only you've taken out the board.
Don't mention Benny's name around here. Do you want to corrode the chromium furniture in here? Gad, what an idea. If Bucko's new picture goes over, he'll make $1 million.
What's money to a horse?
It ain't hay.
Maybe they'll give the Academy Award in oats this year.
Well, they should. They've been giving it for corn long enough. Dad, that's an epigram. It just occurred to me. Put it down. Send it to Skolsky.
Yes, Chief.
I've got to pick a junket town for Pony Express right away, Miss Reel. I've got to concentrate.
Why do new pictures always have to have junkets?
Well, the purpose of a junket is to get all of the movie critics on a train, take them to some small town, wine them and dine them, and then show them the picture.
So?
While the critics are out of touch with civilization, you open the picture all over the country. None of the critics are back in their hometowns to pan it.
So where's your junket going to be?
Bucko is Hollywood's biggest star. Bucko's picture will be previewed in the biggest town.
The biggest?
The biggest big town in the country. Get the mayor of New York City on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Gad, what an idea.
But how can you tie up Pony Express with New York?
They have expresses in the subway, don't they?
Yes.
Mayor LaGuardia has just opened the new 6th Avenue subway, hasn't he?
Yes.
Well, his subway can use some publicity. There's our tie-up, you see. I'll have Bucko, the Pony Express, race the Queens Plaza Express down in the 6th Avenue subway. Bucko can come out at 50th Street and prance through the lobby of the Roxy on opening night.
Hello? Oh, yes, sir. It's the mayor of New York on the phone, F.A.
Hello?
Is this Washington calling?
No.
Oh, shucks.
This is Titanic Pictures, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm expecting a call from Washington. Hang up.
Now, look, Mr. Mayor, this call is coming from Hollywood. Just a minute.
I've got no time. I'm opening a new fish market in the Bronx. I've got to throw out the first flounder.
But this is about some publicity, Mr. Mayor.
Why, oh, you mean I'll be in the newsreel?
Yes, I want to preview Bucko, the Wonder Horse's new picture in New York City.
A horse? Can I ride him?
Yes?
Oh, goody.
We want Bucko, the Pony Express, to race your Queens Plaza Express down on the 6th Avenue subway. You will ride Bucko. Is it okay?
Yes. Wait a minute. How do I look in a riding habit?
Well, I don't know.
I'll ask my secretary. How do I look in a riding habit? Oh, thank you.
Well, Mr. Mayor?
Shorten the stirrups and it's okay.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. You say I can ride the horse?
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Then I'll ride him across the country. I'm leaving for Hollywood right away.
But, Mr. Mayor...
Doesn't answer. I'm at the airport. Say goodbye.
Yeah, the mayor's a dynamo, Miss Reel. That's why City Hall has to be kept near the Battery. We'll have to get Bucko ready immediately for our junket.
I've sent the stable a memo. Bucko's valet is getting him ready.
We'll have to welcome the mayor at the airport, too, Miss Reel. Take a note.
Yes, sir.
Now, the mayor lives in New York City. We've got to make him feel at home out here in California. When he steps off the plane, have 200 riveters start riveting. Have 50 extras at the airport to shove him around. As the mayor walks along, have 20 motorists all blowing their automobile horns, and 10 dirty little boys trying to sell him all the latest songs for a nickel.
Yes, Chief.
This pure California air will be too much for him, too. As soon as the mayor arrives, have 600 automobiles backfire and release carbon monoxide. He'll think he's back on 42nd Street.
F.A., this is plumb awful.
Spavin, Bucko's valet. Why aren't you getting Bucko ready for the mayor's welcome?
That horse is gone loco. I can't do nothing with him.
Bucko?
He's laying down in the stall. He won't get up. Bucko looks like he's dying.
Why, this smacks of stallion sabotage, Spavin. What happened?
Nothing. I was currycombing Bucko and saying to him, "You gotta look pretty, Bucko. You're going to meet Mr. LaGuardia."
Yeah?
He just rolled his eyes and laid down in the stall mooning. He won't move.
Where is Bucko now?
He's in his mother-of-pearl stall on stage B.
Stage B, hey? Well, let's go. And if anything happens to Bucko and we let the mayor down, our Pony Express preview will be off. Titanic will be in receivership again. I'll be back at my old job pressing Cecil B. DeMille's berets.
Yes, stage B, F.A.
Quiet, everybody. Where is Bucko, man?
Poor critter's lying there in his stall.
Dad, look at him. He's trembling. What's wrong, Bucko? What is it? Your stomach? Did you get a bad oath at the commissary? Dad, Bucko, you've got to buck up. Your new picture, Pony Express, is opening in New York. Our junket is leaving.
Looks like he's got the horse miseries.
Maybe something mental. What are you worried about, Bucko? Is it your billing? Did Jimmy Fiddler write you an open letter? Well, what is it, Bucko? Tell F.A.
He's looking right at me and shaking his head, F.A.
Something you said to Bucko must have upset him, Spavin. What did you say?
Nothing. I just mentioned something about Mr. LaGuardia.
What were your exact words, Spavin? The future of Titanic Pictures is at stake. What did you say to this horse?
Well, I said, Bucko, today you're going to meet the finest mayor in the country.
Mayor, that's what's done it. Thought he was going to meet a new girlfriend. He's bashful, you see. He went to pieces.
Well, I'll be Whippletreed, Bucko's girl child.
Now, calm down, Bucko. You're not meeting that kind of a mayor. No. This mayor is head of a big city.
Bucko's getting up, F.A. You saved the day.
Good, and our junket is on. We leave for the airport to greet the mayor at once.
Where are we going after New York, F.A.?
To Philadelphia. Bucko's got a date with Philly.
Shouldn't have mentioned Philly, F.A. Bucko's down again.
Get up, Bucko. We'll go to Trenton instead. You won't have to keep that Philly date. Now, from Mr. Larry Elliott, a message of importance to the music lovers of this entire Western Hemisphere.
This Saturday afternoon, the Texas Company invites you to hear that famous opera, Madame Butterfly, sung for the first time over the air by the Metropolitan Opera Company. Madame Butterfly is replete with tuneful arias, among them Puccini's most famous One Fine Day. Madame Butterfly will be the 8th Metropolitan Opera Saturday matinee, sponsored by the Texas Company over another network of 208 stations reaching the entire Western Hemisphere, the United States, Canada, and to Latin America by shortwave. During intermissions, there will be the Opera Question Forum, Milton Cross as Master of Ceremonies, and a curtain talk on Our American Way of Living by Carl Sandburg, the distinguished American poet and historian. For time and station, consult your local newspaper.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.